Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first OPSC Code Committee. A couple of things I'd like to kind of go over first. First, I want to thank everybody who's taken the time out of their busy schedules to participate in the Plumbing Code Committee. The board and the division, thanks all of you for that. I know the industry is very busy out there. There's a lot going on, but this is important work as well. The committee has a task of just vetting all the proposals that come from industry and also comes from maybe organ amendments or BCD proposals. That's kind of our focus. Just remember that this board or this committee is only recommending these changes to the plumbing board. And the plumbing board is the one that makes the decisions and the votes on that. So we're not really voting on stuff today. We're just vetting it. We're discussing it. We're trying to come up with something that we can deliver as a recommendation to the board. And to kind of give, for those of you that might be new to the process or haven't been involved in a code committee before, I'll just kind of go over kind of the process of how it works. So first, the plumbing board adopts a national document to move forward for the code adoption. And that national document has always in the past been the UPC. And at sometimes they've adopted the OPSC kind of in the interim, or like what we're doing this cycle is the board decided to adopt the 2021 OPSC as the main base document, still the UPC, and then just add in some of the 2024 UPC proposals that you'll see today that have kind of just went through to see what was relevant to our industry. I'm kind of calling this code cycle kind of a soft lift. We're just coming out of the pandemic. We've had some, in the last code adoption, we had some issues with printing and there was some delays. So I think this is kind of a good time to reset, do a soft adoption. We've got a pretty good code right now, I truly believe. And so with that said, there's some proposals that came out of the 2024 UPC. There's some proposals that came from proponents here in Oregon. And we'll just kind of vet through those and see where we end up. And hopefully, we might get through this in a pretty timely manner. We've set up for 2 dates, today and the 21st. I'm really hoping we might do most of it today if possible. Just kind of depends on how the discussions go. So then once the board decides on a document, then it comes down to the committee to vet those, like I just mentioned. So today we're going to discuss the matrix that you have in front of you. Laura will be bringing up virtually the code sections out of the code and also those proposals from not only the organ proponents, but also from UPC that you can see and we can discuss. You can see the language there and we can talk about how that language fits in with our current OPSC. And again, just remember, these are recommendations. Then number 3, the vote after the committee recommends what they've gone through and vetted to the board, then the board will make a vote on that. And they can make changes there. So just remember, whatever we end up doing in the committee here, we could see a little variation or a change in variation by the end of the process because the board still has the vote, still has the opportunity to make some changes. There can be public comment at the board meeting on these issues as well. Once the board does the voting on that, then it goes to public hearing. And here's kind of the last bite at the apple, if you will. There can still be public comment at the public hearing. But usually at that point in time, everything's been vetted pretty good and we should have pretty close to a final document. After the public hearing, then it goes to our administrator for final signature and then off to printing. Hopefully we'll get that street document before October 1st and we'll have a new code out there. But we'll see how quickly we get through this. And with that said, are there any questions so far? Okay. Couple of housekeeping items. I know we're virtual and live here, so I want to make sure that we're cognizant of everybody's time. And if you have a comment, please raise your hand if you're online. If you're here at the committee, you can raise your hand or speak up because we're all right here. That way we're not talking over each other or trying to push somebody out of the process. So the other thing, we don't have anybody in live in here today, so we don't have to worry about that. Make sure you keep your mics off unless you have a comment to make. That way we don't get any feedback as well. I think most of us are used to the virtual environment when it comes to meetings anymore, but sometimes it's always good to just kind of go back through that. So the other thing is in the past, typically we have always had a chair doing these meetings. And when we're doing a heavy lift, I think that's kind of an important piece. This code cycle, I think we can get through this. And I'm kind of asking this question to everybody that's on the committee today, but I believe we can get through this without really having a chair because there may only be 1 or 2 meetings, and it's something that I'll just kind of head up and get the ball rolling. How's everybody feel about that? Everybody online good with that?
Good.
Sounds good.
Okay. Matt, you got a question?
Yeah, I think that sounds great. It doesn't look like it's a heavy lift. I was just wondering if we could do introductions though with everybody, because I'm not sure who everybody is.
Yep, I figured I'd do that after I gave my spiel, but
Perfect. Thank you.
I am done gabbing. So let's go around the room first, and then I'll kind of pick those of you that are online. So we'll start over here with Craig.
Craig Anderson, retired plumbing contractor, licensed plumber for over 40 some years, and a plumbing board member.
Thank you, Craig. And then we'll go with Curtis.
Curtis Gillette. I'm a local 290 plumbing program coordinator, and I've been, the past history, I've been a plumber my whole life. So I've been over 40 years and been involved with the plumbing code for many, many years.
Thank you, Curtis. My name's Andy Skinner. I'm the plumbing program chief for the state of Oregon Building Codes. I've been chief for almost about a little over 8 years now, but been with the division since 1996. Was over in the Pendleton office for about 18 years before I came over to the Salem office. So again, thank you everybody for attending.
Marcus Stovall with the division assistant plumbing chief. Been with the division now for 6.5 years. 2 years of that was the CAP trainer, 4.5 as the assistant plumbing chief, and here to help with technical analysis. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Marcus. And then I'm just going to kind of go across the board. So Matt Zell.
Hey, good morning. I'm Matt Rosal. I'm with the city of Portland. I'm the building official there. I'm also the co-chair for the state plumbing board and also a licensed plumber. So nice to meet everybody. Sorry to rush the schedule, Andy.
No, you're good, Matt. Thanks. Yeah, as you know, being on the board, I kind of ramble on sometimes, right? Thanks, Matt. Richard.
Richard Stauffer, 33 years in the trade, journeyman plumber. I'm a multi-trade inspector for Klamath County, and I'm also a licensed building official. Looking forward to being on the committee.
Thank you, Richard. Next, we have Aaron.
I'm Aaron Mueller. I'm with Insight Consulting Engineers. I'm a licensed mechanical engineer designing HVAC and plumbing systems down here in Medford, Oregon.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you for your time, everybody. I won't kind of introduce those that are just logged on, but I would like to introduce our other BCD people that will be involved. We have Pierre Saba. He is the policy analyst for the new policy analyst for the plumbing board. He will be kind of chiming in. One of the things that those of you too, I didn't mention yet, that is involved in part of this committee process is after we go through a line item, Pierre will get on and ask the committee what they think about a fiscal impact. And so what I mean by that is there a cost with this new code change, whether it be positive or negative? And it doesn't have to be an exact dollar amount. It could be maybe a minimal cost. It could be maybe a medium cost or a high cost. It's based on pretty much a standard residential application. Okay. The other one that's logged on is Andy Bolton. He's our senior policy analyst. And then we have Laura Burns, who will be navigating all this for us today. Most of you have probably emailed back and forth with Laura, getting set up for this meeting. The other thing I do want to point out before we get started is there's also a link on the committee webpage. Jed Sherman, who's also on the committee, was not able to make it today. He had another obligation come up sudden. And so on the webpage is his comments on the proposals on the matrix. So you can get that on the link there. Those of you that are live, you have it in front of you. Laura printed it out for us. So I'll give everybody a moment to pull that up because those will be part of the discussions on each line item. So we'll just go down each line item. We'll talk about them and get some feedback from everybody. Okay. All right. We'll see how this works. So we'll start with item number 1. This was a proponent proposal from Oregon. And so Laura will bring it up here for our viewing. And I'll just kind of give a little bit of background on this. Just before I get going, is McKenzie James logged on? Okay. Always like to give the author of the proposal an opportunity to give some input, but this proposal is to put in a definition in Chapter 2 for air admittance valves. As we all possibly know, maybe some of you might not know, air admittance valves is not in the code book. It's actually a statewide alternate method. It's been a statewide alternate method since 2002. It was updated in 2010, and then had some minor updates around 2014. So the only other reference that we have in the OPSC on air admittance valves, also termed AAVs, is in Chapter 17 under the standards. That's the only place in the code that we have any language on air admittance valves. So the proponent would like to see a definition in there. You can go through and read his reasoning behind that, reason of statement. And I'll give everybody a few minutes to kind of read through that, and then we can chat about it. Okay, that should probably be enough time. It's not a lengthy reason of statement. So is there any comment? We'll start there. Yeah, Curtis.
So I know that it's probably not hurting anything, but on definitions, we add words to define something so it can't be misinterpreted in the code. And this isn't in the code. I don't see any harm in putting it in definitions, but my point is we aren't defining it as it's being used in the code. So That's my only comment, questioning if indeed we should add it to definitions for that reason.
Okay, thank you, Curtis. Any other comments? That's a good point, that it's, you know, it's not identifying or defining anything that's in the code currently. And again, you know, proponents will have another opportunity at public hearing or at the board to state their case on this. So I don't see any hands. Did we have somebody? Oh, Richard, yes. Sorry.
So I think this is a good start for this AAV conversation. I think that out in the field, we talk about this a lot, and there's a lot of misunderstanding, especially amongst homeowners who are doing some of their own work. And I think this particular product has a lot of different names and that it goes by, but I think that if we had a definition there of AAV, it would be helpful. I do think that this is going to grow. And Andy, as you and I have talked in the past about this is definitely an area that we need to have a little bit more understanding on in the code in the future. And I think by having a definition there, it might be a good small start to that.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Any other comments? Craig?
Yeah, because it is a prominently used item in today's residential and remodeling world, you know, it has, as mentioned, been something of contention. But the fact that it's probably not going to go away, you know, a good definition, and I think that's what would have to be kind of fine-tuned here to really nail the specifics of it, would be necessary. But to list it as, you know, a defined item, I don't personally have any problems with that. I just want to make sure that, you know, it isn't a predecessor type emotion that might alter the current, you know, placement in the book. Okay, if it is strictly a definition and it doesn't have anything that would lead to other significant changes, I'm okay with it. But again, the definition has to be worked on a little bit, I think.
Okay, thank you, Craig. Any other comments? Matt?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it would be better placed in the SAM if we were to give it a definition and leave it out of the code.
Yeah, that's great. In fact, I was going to kind of offer that. So I'm glad, Matt, that you kind of brought that up. You know, I think it's important to our industry to define certain parts of our systems. And, you know, what we have here is we have AAVs that are in a statewide alternate method, and that could be a better place for the definition to have it in the statewide alternate method, because that's the document that is used for the, you know, the majority of the requirements for the installation of this device. So, you know, we can sit here and kind of tweak the language a little bit if the committee wants to move forward with this item, whether in the code or in the SAM document. I think first, maybe we should just kind of, if there's no other comments, I'll ask that first. Am I jumping ahead here, or do we have any more comments?
I was just going to say that I do think it does need to be tweaked. I don't think that definition quite does it justice. So
Yeah, okay. Okay. Seeing no more hands. So, okay, let me ask this. Show of hands, who would approve to have this in Chapter 2 of the OPSC? What do we have in-house here?
If You know, we are going to put it anywhere. I think listing it in alternative methods makes sense.
Okay.
But it still has to be redefined. And so maybe it should be resubmitted by the individual that.
Well, the committee has the latitude to rewrite this. And again, the proponent has the opportunity at the board meeting and the public hearing to give additional input since they weren't able to make it today. I'd like to kind of get it moving forward if that's so. I'm trying to establish if we're going to move this forward first, whether it's in the code or in the statewide alternate method, then we can kind of talk about how the committee would like to maybe suggest we tweak it. Richard, you got a comment?
No, you just asked for, raise of hands. I vote for it to be in the, if I was going to raise my hand, it would be to put it in the chapter 2 as a definition because it's a very generally used product.
Okay. So we have so far 2 for the statewide alternate method and 1 for chapter 2. I think, Matt, you probably confirmed since you made the statement, you would like to see it in the SAM as well.
That's correct. Thanks.
Okay. Aaron, you have any comment?
I think that having it defined in the statewide method's the appropriate place for it.
Okay. So we have 4 for the alternate method and 1 for the OPSC. So I think, if we can come to some verbiage that's satisfactory, then we'll move this on for a recommendation to the board to have it attached to the statewide alternate method. So does anybody want to give any input on kind of language they would like to tweak?
Can we bring that definition back up again, please?
And this definition does partially come from the IPC. I have brought in the IPC today if anybody wants me to read it.
Well, I'm looking.
Yeah, Curtis.
Hey, I'm looking at the SAM on this, and the first paragraph does a pretty good job, and it just, so if I were to suggest something as mixing a couple of the words right off the first paragraph of the SAM, such as air admittance valves are venting devices designed to use with the plumbing system. And then it goes on to say AAVs are gravity activated devices installed close to the plumbing fixtures. And we don't have to get all into the weeds with where they're installed or anything, but and then it goes on to say that they are gravity activated that can protect water trap seals from failing due to negative pressure fluctuations. So there's some important wording in that first sentence that could get mixed into this, and I think, and kind of soup it up a little bit, and with this definition that we have, and make it a better definition. Is one of my thoughts, because
Okay.
I think they do a pretty good job on in the SAM.
Mhm.
Laura?
Here's kind of a thought too, if from some of the feedback with Curtis and Craig, and again, we can further discuss this. It almost seems like there's already a defining sentence or 2 in the SAM that kind of meets the intent of the definition. And we might be able to just kind of peel that off and put it as a definition at the top or somewhere else in the SAM. Or the committee can choose to kind of mix it up a little bit with the proponent's language as well.
What I might suggest is that we do include that it is an engineered device for venting a plumbing fixture. We don't have that in the SAM language. It gives us an idea of what exactly it does, but to say that it's engineered, I think should be included.
Yeah, we'll have to be clear to clarify that it doesn't require engineering for the installation portion of it, though. So we don't want to get confused.
But are we including a definition for the device or how to install it?
The discussion is including a definition for the device.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to it either. And I think it gives some good clarity. I just want to make sure, that, like I was saying, we can peel it off and make it a definition so we know it's not a requirement for the installation other than leaving it in the header there. So I just want to kind of throw that out there. Any other comments? I can't see anybody's hands. Okay. So maybe if we take all the way down in the SAM, Laura just entered engineer there. So air admittance valves, AAVs, are engineered venting devices designed for the use in plumbing systems. It's the first sentence. AAVs are gravity activated devices installed close to the plumbing fixtures or on stack vents, comma, and peel those two sentences out for a definition. How does that sound? Any comment?
Are you saying peel those off as a definition for the OPSC or for chapter 2 or for the SAM?
For the SAM. Yeah, what we would do is just kind of really make it, a separation here and put a definition title on it. So we know it's a definition now and not part of just the understanding or the discussion or what the SAM purpose is for. So
that sounds appropriate to me.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, I like that, Andy.
It looks like, Richard, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I do agree, I believe, with Curtis where there should be something in there also. I think that line, manufacturer's installation instructions should be followed, engineered device for venting a plumbing fixture. I think that's an important line right there.
Okay. We should probably not put maybe something like that in the definition because that's more of an installation requirement. Maybe we should put it somewhere else in the statewide alternate method, down in the list where there are the requirements for the installation. I think that might be a better place. Any other thoughts on that? What I don't want to do is I don't want to any definition, whether it's in chapter 2 or any statewide alternate method, is put any installation requirements. Because the definition is specific to just defining what a product or what a term is in the code or in the SAM.
I would agree with that.
Okay, so, but I do agree because I think we communicate that a lot, that, the manufacturer's installation instructions are important to these installations because it is a SAM and the SAM is limited on the installation requirements. And that we do point to manufacturers, specifically when it comes to, I think Studer has one where your clothes washer and your laundry tray need to be ran into a 3-inch main drain line, where the plumbing code doesn't address that, but the manufacturer's installation instructions does. So we can insert that into into that SAM and make sure that we clarify that manufacturer's installation instructions are also available or need to be available. We can follow that up with also what's in chapter 1 on the manufacturer's installation instructions as well for anything that is outside the code. That sound good? What's that? The manufacturer installation instructions should be followed. Well, we could pull some language out of the code where we have additional language that talks about manufacturer's installation instructions. Matt?
I just posted a definition. I edited a little bit that I found online, which I kind of liked, but the rest of the group can look at it and see what they think.
Okay. Can we bring that up? Is that it right there, Laura? Oh, okay. And this is a suggestion for the definition. Okay. What's everybody's comment or any comments on that?
It is fairly concise, and it doesn't drift into installation practices or anything.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Any other comments? I was trying to find a spot in the code where we have manufacturer's installation instruction language. Thanks, Curtis.
Can we stop this for a minute?
What's that shit? 104.3.
Yeah, that's construction documents and 104.3.1. Manufacturer's installation instructions as required by this code shall be available on the job site. And that's kind of the job site requirement. I was kind of looking for something that
507.9.
okay. Just looking for language that we can put in there that is consistent.
309.4 installation.
Okay. Yeah, 309.4 looks good. If and I'll read it, or Laura, do you want? Okay. 309.4. Yeah, okay, I'll read it. So it states in 309.4, for those of you that may not have an OPSC, plumbing systems shall be installed in a workman-like manner, which is in accordance with this code, comma, applicable standards, comma, and manufacturer's installation instructions, period. I think, you know, for consistency, putting that in the SAM, because part of the AAVs also have to follow the code as well. You know, we have maximum distances on trap arms. We have, you know, size of vents, all that is not in the SAM has to go back to the applicable code. What's everybody think about that language?
So you're suggesting that we take installation practices and add that to the,
Not to the definition,
just
but
with the SAM?
yes, put it elsewhere in the SAM to kind of capture what Rick was talking about earlier. So I think we have the definition, if everybody's in agreement with what Matt put up there. I kind of like that language.
Yeah.
We have the definition solidified. Now I was just kind of addressing the additional insert of manufacturer's installation instructions, which would be elsewhere in the SAM down in the requirements of installation, but aligning with what we currently language have in code. Yeah, okay. Well, I take that as a couple of okays in here. We got Richard or Rick, excuse me.
Yeah, I think the definition and the add within the SAM are both very well worded.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. So I'll go ahead and take a final kind of hands up. Again, we don't have to vote on this, but I would just want to make sure we can move on to the next item. So is everybody in agreement with both the definition and the addition of installation instruction language? I have two okay in here. Matt, your hands up.
Yeah, Andy, I just had one comment, and this is kind of a technicality, but it says allowing proper venting. Should it just be allowing venting? Because, you know, an actual vent is probably the proper way to do it. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, that's fine. What I don't see, either way, I think is adequate.
Okay.
I think proper is just an addition because it has to meet the minimum requirements of the code or the SAM anyways. So
Right.
Deleting that to me reads better.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
It says mechanical engineered valve. So I think that Marcus had a statement about mechanical venting. I think the one-way mechanical engineered valve kind of takes care of that. So are we good then? I had Aaron, you had your hand up for okay, thumbs up. Rick, you were okay with it. Matt, I think you're okay with, all right. So Laura, do you have any? Oh, did he? Richard, you got another comment? Okay, no, he's good to go. I think the hand raising was just to say yay. So Pierre, do your part of it.
Hey, Andy, thank you. I think you and I talked yesterday that we don't really think that these definition line items will have any fiscal impact, but if you think so, we can talk about it. Otherwise, I'll probably hold off till line item 7 or so. But once you think there's any cost impact or anything you want to talk about for the first couple of definitions, just gonna get back to you.
Yep. Sounds good. Okay. So yeah, we did chat yesterday, and just to let everybody know, you know, usually definitions do not create a fiscal impact. So we'll have Pierre chime in on number 7, unless, you know, something really does change. Okay, then Laura, you good? Thumbs up. All right. Number 2. Number 2 was out of the 2024 UPC. It just adds a definition for on-site treated non-potable water and rainwater diverter valves. You'll see later on in the matrix, there's some new language that's inserted for diverter valves for rainwater catchment systems. They were in the gray water, you know, already. You know, my experience is we've seen these diverter valves, and in some of the engineered designs for rainwater catchment systems, whether they're non-potable or potable, require a first flush or, you know, a diverter valve. If they're going to overpower the system, they can divert it out into the yard for irrigation purposes as well. And that's really what these definitions are. So any comment? Okay, everybody good with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move that one forward. The next one was number 3. Item 3 is a proponent proposal from Oregon to add a food cart definition. So Laura's bringing that up. I think while everybody's kind of chewing on this a little bit, I just want to kind of put out for those of you that may not know, the plumbing code and the structural code and the mechanical code really do not have authority over mobile food carts or food carts. We've left it up to local jurisdictions to come up with a local ordinance if they want to regulate food carts. That's first. But I think some of the phone calls I've been getting lately, because food cart, and I don't know what they're calling them. I mean, there's, a food cart extravaganza or whatever, there's multiple food carts on a single lot. And the issues that are coming up is what do we do with the collection system? And what I've told jurisdictions on that, if there is no bathroom or no seating building associated with these food carts and we're just collecting, for our statutory definition, plumbing is plumbing to and from a building, surrounding a building, and associated with a building and in a building. The food cart, as I just mentioned, is not regulated by the code, therefore it's not a building. And the plumbing code, for those that did not have a building associated, like a bathroom or a seating area, the plumbing code doesn't come into play for that collection system. It would be at the local level through a local ordinance to decide how they want to collect the discharge from those food carts. But if there is a building associated with that, whether it's a bathroom and or a seating area indoor, I've seen some that have nice indoor seating, tap houses, indoor bathrooms, outdoor bathrooms, a cover over them. They call them food courts now. Now it's coming to me. It's still early in the morning, but then the plumbing code does come in, but it doesn't really address the food cart itself, other than it could be, potential fog discharge. So I just kind of want to give everybody a little bit of understanding of how the food carts fit into the OPSC and even to the structural code as well. With that said.
Could I direct a question to Matt?
Absolutely.
Hey, Matt, I know that the city of Portland has had quite a bit of conversation. What exactly are your thoughts on, collection in these cubes that seem to be of question?
I've only been at Portland for a little over a month, so I don't know 100% their perspective, but I know we had some food carts at the county, and then also when I was at Happy Valley, and the discharge from the carts is an issue, and we have had we did a big food cart area in Happy Valley that had 20 some odd carts, and we did have them install sewer to all of them. They all ran through a grease interceptor. And then there was a separate bathroom building, that obviously connected separately. So I feel it is something that needs to be considered for fog. And I know City of Portland does as well. And I think it's better if they do it, and I think what McKenzie is getting at is, having the definition for a pod, it's one or more. So anytime you have more than one food cart, you have to do some sort of pre-treatment for the fog. Does that answer your question? Sorry, I rambled.
Again, here's the thing that we need to really consider. If we want to move this forward, I think there needs to be some language in here that states associated with a building, because otherwise the plumbing code does not come into play for the requirement for those to discharge. It becomes a local utility requirement in a local ordinance if there's no building associated with them. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out as well. Yeah, Curtis.
So if we have a definition and I'm not saying I like it or dislike it. I'm just going to ask a general question to the committee. If we have a definition, then that definition would lead us to believe that we have something in the code
That we're regulating.
pertaining to that. And so I would challenge, do we? And I don't think we do. And
That's clear now, is that, you know, with the definition, which I now better understand, doesn't really apply to our state code.
And, you know, I don't disagree of any of this. Of course, they need to run through a grease interceptor, but, and then that would actually maybe confuse me if I'm looking at this a lot, having more than one food cart. Well, I'm gonna just put one cart up then, and now all of a sudden I don't need to follow this because I'm not a pod. I'm just one cart. I don't need to. It may be a little confusing, actually. And then one more thing, in definitions, we have what's called food service establishments. And that's a facility that engages in activities of preparing or serving food or beverages, which is for Chapter 10, grease interceptors. We're using that as a terminology. So that said, how would that differ from any food cart? Are they not a facility that engages in preparing and serving food? And wouldn't that fit the definition? So if there is any misunderstanding, at least from the plumbing standpoint, we require you to have grease intercept.
Yeah, that's a good point, Curtis. Thank you. Any other comments?
Andy, I was just going to say, if we were to, you know, put a definition in there, I think we would need to include, you know, that a building is associated with the property.
Right, right. Aaron, you got comment?
Yeah, I guess more of kind of a general question for this group and our process here today. So I realize that food carts in and of themselves don't fall under plumbing code, but as a design engineer, I'm always really appreciative when there are pointers in codes and standards that point to the jurisdiction or the body that has that jurisdiction over some entity that, you know, might fall under that code. So I guess my point is, with the prevalence of food carts and now the prevalence of food cart pods, is it appropriate for Oregon Plumbing Code to have some pointer that basically says that you know, the AHJ has full jurisdiction over food carts and food cart pods, and some language that kind of points contractors and engineers to the fact that this isn't just something that's nebulously out there, that they just have to, they can maybe try and, you know, skirt by with just, obviously there's not much contractor involvement with food carts, right? But just having those pointers in code to point to, you know, the other code, the other standard, the other reference that might have jurisdiction, just helps, I think, make it so that things aren't missed in someone's process of setting up a food cart or a pod, and that they can, that I, as a design engineer, can have some clear reference that points me in the right direction for making sure I'm meeting the requirements. And if, you know, whether or not this process today is appropriate for that being called out, I leave that up to for your guys' direction. But it sure seems like kind of in the context of not adding definitions in code for things that are not governed by the code, it kind of feels like this is an instance where additional language might be good to make it clear where the jurisdiction falls.
Thank you, Aaron. That's great. You know, I think it has kind of been, from the phone calls I've gotten, some confusion out there, and if there was a way that we could kind of alleviate some confusion, that would be great. Rick, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I think adding food carts to the code is gonna go a little bit too far. I think that, you know, we already have code language about the hookup of that food cart, as far as, you know, the equipment needed to put it in place. And I think it might just be confusing more than useful in the grand scheme of things, so.
Okay. I do agree again, Aaron, that we could probably have some form of document that helps guide the design professionals out there to, you know, who really has the authority over certain things, instead of having you hunt, you know, between codes before you get to where it's going to be. I think from some of the feedback I'm getting, the plumbing code might not be the best place for it. You know, and kind of what I'm thinking about is maybe some sort of clarification to put out on our website that kind of addresses, you know, food carts when associated with a building falls underneath the collection of the OPSC, but when not associated with the building falls underneath the local building official. That might be helpful, Aaron. I'm kind of thinking that that might be the best way to do it. Craig?
My fear is that once we begin defining this, you know, we're going to have to dig and really be sure the time involved, the detail that would be needed. I think it's another day, another time.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so how many people think that the code is the appropriate document for this? Matt, you're good with it, putting it in the code?
Well, I like Aaron's, you know, comments where it's that pointer, like, you know, yeah, maybe it's not, you know, it's explicitly within the code, but you need to go to your local jurisdiction to find out more whether they regulate it, and if they do, how they regulate it.
What do you think about my suggestion of a clarification?
I like that.
Okay. Okay.
And
So-
just an FYI, I have to sign off at 11 for a meeting, and I'll be back on as soon as possible.
Thanks, Matt. All right, so kind of what I'm hearing is we will not move this one forward, and maybe I'll have some further discussion with industry outside of the code adoption process for clarification on food carts and statutory authority. That sound right? Okay. So number 3 then will not be moved forward. Through the body of the code. Okay, thank you. Lost Matt. All right. Number 4 is a new definition for groundwater. So Laura, if you want to pull up that number 16, this came out of the UPC. I think we do have language in code in chapter 11 that has been kind of confusing, and as we're moving into, you know, sustainable systems like rainwater catchment systems and gray water catchment systems, I think it's, you know, it might be helpful to have some clarity on the difference between groundwater and rainwater and gray water, which we still have. So the one place that it is in our code is in section 1101.6. and throughout that whole section, actually, this is storm and groundwater drainage. You know, these are subsoil drains, these are footing drains, these are foundation drains, these are, you know, collection from pooling. It's not rainwater catchment, and it might be, again, help clarify these differences when we're moving into these other sustainable systems. So, you know, I thought IAPMO was thinking ahead on this one, but I'd like to get everybody's feedback.
You know, back to what Andy, back to what I was saying, it is a term that we're using in the code. Right there, storm and groundwater drainage, and we need a good definition. And that's what I feel chapter 2 is great for, is defining words that could be misinterpreted as reading it in the code. And so again, this is a definition that we can properly interpret.
Okay. Any other comments? Rick.
So the proposal is just to use that groundwater in blue there in chapter 2.
Yeah, it would be a new definition to really define what groundwater is. And here's just kind of a scenario that I think is important to think about, again, when we're moving forward with sustainable systems. You know, currently, a lot of times in a residence, you have your rainwater catchment system catching the downspouts off the roof, and then catching the footing drains and possibly a foundation drain as well. If somebody wanted to put in a rainwater catchment system, groundwater would no longer be able to be attached to that rainwater collection system. And by defining it, now we can say those systems that are collecting subsurface water that exists beneath the Earth's surface, is not rainwater, therefore shall not be tied into the rainwater catchment system. And that's kind of where my thought process is on this particular item.
It's a very simple definition that fits well.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. So we good with it? I got 2 in here. Everybody else good with it then? Okay. Good. All right. We'll move that one forward. Thank you. Next on our list is item 5. This one is number 020 from the UPC. Yeah, I guess I could throw that in the middle. Thank you, Laura, for reminding me. Before we go there, let me back up, because I have one that is probably Laura probably added it to the new list. Yep, she did. And I got the old list. So thanks, Laura, for the reminder. Sorry about that, everybody. So we'll call it 4.5. All right. This is a new definition, and that actually BCD is proposing. And this is pertaining to Chapter 13 in healthcare facilities. So the definition comes out of the NFPA 99, and why the division thinks it's important is based on multiple conversations that I've had with building officials and inspectors on the definition of a healthcare facility. And we've always communicated that it's a facility that provides human respiration. But again, the question has come up, well, what about a veterinary clinic? And what about a laboratory that isn't, seeing patients actually? So healthcare facility is defined in the NFPA 99, and I'm reading this out of the 2018, which is the current adopted version by the board for reference. It reads in 3.3.71, buildings, portions of buildings or mobile enclosures in which human medical and dental and psychiatric, nursing, obstetrical, or surgical care is provided. I think that just kind of helps define that it's not veterinarian clinics and it's not other types of facilities that do not give human respiration or see patients. I don't know, did we didn't have that on, Laura, on our deal, did we? So. Any comments on that? The only change I would do here would be to delete the mobile enclosures, because again, that does not meet our statutory definition.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Andy.
Okay, any other comments? Okay. Everybody good with that one then? Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to number 5. 5 came out of the UPC for a definition. We do have language in table 313 that addresses mid-story guides. You know, I think IAPMO might have had some of the same phone calls that I've had in regards to what does that mean. And if you see the definition for a minute to bring it up. So it just kind of defines it's between the floors. It doesn't really change the requirement in 313. You know, there was some discussion too. I think in the IAPMO version, they put in the definition a support designed to keep piping in alignment located mid-story or midway between the floors. Just kind of to keep it separate from the title of the definition, you know, I stuck in there halfway, but I'm good either way. But I think it kind of gives us that defining place of where it goes. Anybody else comment? I see no hands, so move forward.
I do have a quick question.
Yeah.
This is Aaron. So mid-story guide is a term that's used in
Yes.
code.
It's in table 313, Laura. Can you? Table 313.3, page 32. And it's used in relationship to Schedule 40 PVC ABS.
Oh, got it. Yep.
And CPVC and CPVC AL and all those other plastic materials for support on the vertical between stories or between floor and a top plate or a floor and a ceiling application.
Perfect. Thank you. Yep.
Okay. We good?
Looks good.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. Item number 6 is from a proponent, an Oregon proposal, and it's for a definition of premise isolation. We'll give Laura a minute to bring it up, and then this is an issue out there. I'm not sure, and I want to get some feedback if this is the the proper place, because we have no authority over premise isolation through the plumbing code or our statutory definition. This is the authority of the water purveyor. It does clarify here, you know, that the water purveyor determines the risk and type of the backflow assembly, which is always something that is communicated. So it's not quite sure if having it in our definitions is the proper place. But I want to get feedback, and so. Curtis?
So do we use the term premise isolation in our code at all?
No. There is no premise isolation language in the code, but it is something that the local municipalities deal with daily. I mean, every building anymore from water purveyors require premise isolation, even residential for the most part.
And do they define it?
They do in OAR 333-061-0070 and 71. They talk about it as premise isolation. So it's in their rules. But where it becomes a building department issue is when the water purveyor decides that the water utility is not going to install or maintain the device. Then the device gets installed per the plumbing code and falls underneath the BO permitting inspection process. But the premise isolation itself is not plumbing. Just now we have a backflow that was determined by the water purveyor that now gets installed per Chapter 6. It's no different than any other backflow. So yeah, we got Rick.
Yeah, so typically down here in our area, when we're doing these, the backflow is on the building side of the meter, and typically the water purveyor doesn't really have any say in it. We just tend to look at the the hazards for that. And this definition is very new to me, and I don't know that we need it when we have the information there that we need to make good decisions on that, I think.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Yeah, Curtis.
So I kind of get what we're trying to do here with this, because I have actually received a lot of phone calls from plumbers. Where in the code does it say that I've got all these RP devices in the building, and now they're making me change it, like the double check to an RP, and where in our plumbing code does it say that? And so I guess we still aren't going to be telling them that in the plumbing code with this definition, but at least we're saying, yes, there is a definition for having that backflow at your property line. And then this does say the water purveyor determines the risk and type. So that takes it away from us, but at least there is something in our code that points them on who, yes, they have that determination. So I don't know if this is a good way of doing that, but there is a little confusion out there. I'm doing it per the code. Who gives them the authority to tell them? And I've had to tell them they have the authority, and of course, but our code doesn't really talk about it. So again, I don't know if I agreeing to add this, but I thought this would be an opportune time to bring it up. But it also, in reality, it wouldn't hurt as well.
Okay, any other comments? Yeah, I agree. It is an issue out there. I've had many phone calls, been written some responses. And it is all over the board. And one thing I want to point out is not all premise isolations are at the property line. There are some commercial applications where there's been acceptance of that premise isolation being inside the building. So being that there are, multiple scenarios here, and there is kind of a fuzzy line of where the authority is based on who's doing the installation, it might be a better platform to communicate this outside of the plumbing code. It is a larger issue than just kind of defining what it is because of the different nuances here. I mean, and each water purveyor looks at premise isolation differently, and each purveyor has the authority to either require or not require, and where and who installs it and who maintains it. And their authority is really only at the premise isolation. It's not inside the building. So, I mean, it's a larger issue than what just a definition, I think. Steve. But it's, that's what I've had to deal with.
That's kind of what I was getting at. I'm not even sure this is equitable to put in the code, but there is something out there, to help steer the plumbers into understanding who's responsible. It may not get solved today, though.
Right. Okay. So I'll just kind of take a consensus of we move this forward or not. We got 2 no's in here. Yes, online. Got a no there.
No for me.
All right.
There's not a thumbs down on here.
I didn't know if there was or not. I was kind of waiting for that. Rick just kind of did this, that works too.
We can do the party hat for a no.
Again, this is not that formal. I mean, it's not like a board meeting. It's more of a conversation. But I just want to make sure, that everybody gets an opportunity. Okay, number 7. So this is a proposal from a proponent in Oregon. It's proposal number 4. Or we'll throw it up there for everybody's viewing pleasure. Okay. So what I'd like to do before the discussion, and I know this puts more work on Laura, but I apologize. Can you pull up the interp, which we will be talking about later on today, but it's really relevant to this as well. It is number 22-01. It's at the end of our matrix. Go the easy way. So I just kind of wanted to go over this first again before we discuss, adding accessible to the definition. I think it's important first to know that these have to be accessible, and I do agree that the definition is vague. We do have this interpretation that was put out in January 2022 that clarifies, what a dead leg is first. And then second, what is considered a flushing device? Because again, it's very vague in this section. So in this interp, it also states that you'll read in number 2, all flushing devices shall be accessible. It's addressed in the interp as being accessible. This is an opportunity, and again, the interps are at the end of the matrix, and we usually discuss those at the bottom, but since this correlated, I thought it was a good opportunity here. It's a good discussion to decide, do we want to put everything that's in the interp into the code, or do we want to leave it in the interp and just have things the way they are and leave the interp active? The interp's got a lot of stuff on there, and it's got some analysis that changes things. One thing too, I will put out there that UPC did have a discussion on this 1.5 time. They did not move it forward. We came up with 1.5 through extensive research and trying to get to a point where we had to have some, minimum. And that was what we found for the most part through engineering and other resources that we had. But we can put it in there. So the question to everybody is, for this interp, we can add everything, including what the interp is, to section 309 and what is in the interpretation as well. Or we can add the proponent's accessible method of flushing into 309.5 and leave the interp, and it just solidifies that it's got to be accessible. I guess that's probably really the discussion. Any comment? We got a hand up. Rick?
Yeah, this is one of those items that it's been a little bit of a, sorry about that, been a little bit of contentious on the field. And I think that there's a lot of different avenues that we see with dead legs. There's so many different things that come up. And I think we have to be a little creative as inspectors in the field with this and as plumbers. I think it's pretty well said as it is. I think it might add confusion to add more stuff to it. I think there's a lot of creativity going into getting rid of dead legs right now.
Okay. Are you referencing the interpretation language?
Yeah, I think the interpretation language is sufficient for in the field use. And it hasn't been a really we've had to kind of take it on a case-by-case basis a lot of times when we're doing stuff in the field. I think there's just a lot of different ways dead legs pop up. And I think the interp covers it for the most part.
Okay. Any other comments?
There's some merits to that interpretation. I don't know if the entire interpretation would be appropriate. The dynamic, I suppose, is, that we do have to put them in a location that is appropriate and accessible, is really stark and important. It's short, it's concise, it's pretty direct. So it could stand on its own, but if we were to add the interpretation as I read it, I don't know, I think I'd want to streamline that just a little bit, but yet somebody digging deeper has the ability to go to that interpretation. So again, this could stand on its own, and accessible, I think, is an important word. I could deal with just the revised language and add accessible and think that it would be pretty well understood.
Along with the intern?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Curtis?
I have one, and I agree. I don't see anything wrong because we do consider the method of flushing to be accessible. And so adding that doesn't hurt anything, no cost impact. Just helps clarify, probably helps the inspectors out in the field. Who said it needs to be accessible? Type of question to the inspectors, so I can see that. I agree. I know where we're heading with dead legs, and at some point we probably should add a little more to this section. For me, teaching code classes and everything, this gets brought up quite a bit. What is a dead leg? And what is the consideration? And so I'm looking at the interpretation that has 1.5 times the diameter. And so maybe, and you said it's something that it wouldn't be bad if IATMO could come up with a good definition of that we could later add to this down the road.
Okay.
If 1.5 is a good, I think it is. I just want to leave that up, but that was my comment. At some point, I think we should add to that.
Okay. Any other comments? Rick or Aaron? Ah. We'll give him a minute. You have a comment, Aaron?
Yeah, sorry about that. I kind of agree with the last statements that adding accessible in the language seems like an important call out that's pretty minor in terms of its impact to confusion. I think it helps to clarify something that's fairly important. I think we were talking initially also about pulling some of that the language from the other document into our document. I would think that confuses things.
Any other comments? Okay, so we'll kind of split this up then. We have the proposal before the committee. Let's make a decision. Do we want to move that forward as submitted? Okay. Rick, you good with it? No? Okay. So 3 and 1. All right, we'll move the proposal forward. And then the next phase of this one would be, do we want to leave the interpretation as is or add any of it to the code?
See that interpretation one more time?
I see, Pierre, you got your hand up. I think we'll, once we just get a determination on this, then we'll kind of hit the fiscal.
Yep, sorry.
So let me ask the question, being we're all sitting here silent, and I'm looking at the answer 1 and 2, and I'm picturing that right behind the dead leg shall have a method of accessible flushing, and adding that behind 309.5, and I'm asking myself, what's wrong with that? So that would be a question to the committee, and I don't know, Andy, what's your thoughts on that?
So if I'm hearing you right, you're stating adding the outcome of the interpretation, which is a lot of times what we do through the code adoption cycle, to the body of the code.
Mhm.
What we would be adding, just for clarity, would be what, number one, what is the maximum distance? That would be in 309.5. Maximum distance is no greater than 1.5 times the diameter of the pipe served. And then we would also have to put in there, which might be a little confusing, the answer to number two, which kind of leaves it broad in this answer to really what a flushing device is.
Mhm.
And the reason that was done is to give, as I think Rick mentioned, some flexibility out in the field
Mhm.
based on what the application is. It could be a screwed on cap, it could be a screwed in plug, it could be, a lot of different things, a stop. And so we try to give a broader flexibility in the answer to number two, but then also make sure that all flushing devices shall be accessible. And then we added in there, the items listed above can be opened or removed in a manner to flush a system. So part of that also covered devices like shock arresters and also like your expansion tanks and all those types of devices that never get removed but are on a dead leg. And again, trying to cover the mass variety. I think that answer number two would be a little bit more difficult to insert into the code and make it clear and not have as much flexibility, because code has got to be pretty much precise.
And that makes a lot of sense. That's why I worded it. What would be wrong with that? And that would be a good answer. And I agree with you, especially when you're talking about coming off the wall with unscrewing an expansion tank, shock arrestor, things like that. Now that
Piping for a
opens,
waterless urinal.
that opens a whole new world.
Yeah, it gives a lot of flexibility there for
And
the
we're
inspector.
trying not to do that. We're trying not to leave it up to interpretation. And it would be easier if IATMO changed the wording in the UPC and we could adopt IATMO's wording.
Well, 309.5 did come out of the last code cycle from IATMO.
I know it did.
Any other comments on we're talking about the interp, leaving it the way it is or inserting it into the code? I see no hands. So I will kind of ask for hands on leaving the interp the way it is. Got 2 in here. 3. Rick? Okay, so we will not put it into the body of the code. So that also takes care of item then number 48. We can mark that one off of our list too. All right. So just to reiterate, we're pushing the proponent's proposal forward to add accessible also to 309.5, and we're leaving the SAM alone. Everybody in agreement? Okay. Thank you. And then, so before we move on now, Pierre is going to ask for you to think about, is there any fiscal impact to this?
The cost of the valve, a couple of fittings, but for the overall well-being of the end user, the consumer, protection from potential disease, it's a no impact. It's well worth it.
Yeah, and I think one thing to consider is really the interp is currently active. So, there's no impact there. And we're only adding the language accessible from the proponent's proposal, which is also currently in the interp. So
So technically, we aren't adding anything.
Correct.
It's already there.
Correct. So take it as no fiscal impact then, right?
Thanks, Andy.
Thanks. All right, we're moving on to number 8. This came out of the 2024 UPC, proposal number 037, or I'll bring it up for you. This particular section here is new to one of Atmo's new additions, if you will. And to me, reading it, it just kind of clarifies a couple of things. So 310.9 clarifies, the phenol plastic threaded connection shall not be allowed to be used when threaded onto a male metallic. We have language elsewhere in the code that says you can only use the female plastic with a male plastic. So this just kind of solidifies that you can't put it into a metallic fitting as well. And then 310.10, we currently have a section 705.9.4 that allows one transition glue between ABS and PVC between the building drain and the building sewer outside the building. And this here, I think, and I'm, this is just my take on it. IAPMA was really trying to solidify that is the only place you can do that. And I know for me, I've had over the years many conversations and questions about, well, can you transition inside the building from maybe an under slab PVC to a top out of ABS? And this again tells you no. And it just really shores up 705. Any thoughts, any comments? Yeah, Rick.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding this correctly, we do allow transition joints in certain places between PVC and ABS. Is this saying that won't be allowed at all?
If you want to allow a transition between ABS and PVC other than the building drain and the building sewer, that becomes a alternate method within the boundaries of your jurisdiction.
Okay, because the reason that I bring that up, and I see where there could be questions about that, if this was to get put in, we just went through a time like we talked about with the pandemic, and the code book, but we had a lot of places where plumbers couldn't get PVC waste overflows as an example, and they had an ABS system in the house. I mean, we've seen an upheaval of not being able to get all the things needed to complete a system out of one material. And we've had to bend a little bit with supply constraints. So I'm just throwing that out there as a thought process.
Yeah, and that's a great point. The division did put out a document that addressed that during the pandemic, that allowed you as a local building department to be flexible with transitions and allowing multiple materials in a project, as long as those materials met the standards in the code. So it did give you that flexibility. Moving forward, that's no longer effective. I know we still have some supply chain issues. And if you want to allow an alternate method on transition because of, a current problem on that specific job site, that is within your authority. But to have the code be specific, it already is specific. This just solidifies that joint is only allowed in that one spot. Any other comments? Okay. Do we want to move this one forward? Got 2 yeses here, got a 3. I can't see Rick's hand, so you guys can help. Yep, okay. Thank you. So that really takes care of both 8 and 9 on your matrix. Two birds. Number 11, a real simple one. It's just adding an additional term to, restraints, and it's putting an anchor in there for an additional support. So we're looking at section 313, and this came from the 2024 UPC. I miss one? Ah, I did. Sorry. Laura's over there not telling me I missed one. She's just whispering. Oh, yeah, Pierre, you needed,
Yeah, any cost impact with 8 and 9?
thank you.
Any fiscal issues?
Fiscal impact for 8 and 9. Okay, we got 2 no's in here. Anybody else? Okay,
Thank you.
sorry about that.
Good.
Chime in. I'm narrow focused. Okay, so actually, item number 10, 311.1. IAPMO just added public to this section to clarify, the exception. It used to just state, and there's no private sewer. They added public sewer there. There's no public sewer to that isolated lot. Therefore, you can run it through the front lot. That's currently what's actually been happening out there, because they're running, they have to go through that other lot to get to a public connection. There's no public connection to that isolated lot. So they just put that in there for clarity. Any comments? Move forward. Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to number 11. And I think I've already explained that one. Laura will bring it up here. And this kind of really covers both, both 11 and 12 on your matrix. So 313.1 and 313.2. So it adds supports. Can you bring up the number 38 from IAPMO, Laura, please? Not working? Yeah, it says, no, excuse me, 41. Kind of hard to see. Well, there we go. So it adds anchors up to the header, and then the other one it also helps clarify is the seismic restraint shall be in accordance with the building code. So it points to the building code on that. I know I've gotten a lot of phone calls about seismic, and we're always, pointing them to the building code. This just kind of is one of those pointers. Aaron, you were talking about that earlier. And then adds in 313.2, it adds supports to align with the header up in 313, hangers, supports, and anchors. That takes care of 11 and 12.
So in reality, they always were, like our seismic restraints always needed to be in accordance with the building code. We're just clarifying.
Yeah.
it,
Yeah,
and which I'm all about that.
yeah. And I think that was good, good language to again, just have that pointer, because I've had the question come up many times. What document do we use for seismic restraints? We have a little bit of language for expansion and contraction, but that's really not seismic. So
Mhm.
any other comments? Okay, so we're moving forward with it.
Oh, he's got.
Yeah, he's got a thumbs up. Good, thumbs up, thumbs up. All right, that takes care of 11 and 12.
Any cost impact, Andy?
What's that?
Any cost or fiscal impact?
Yep, fiscal impact. Any fiscal impact?
No, I believe they were already required. We're just making clarifications.
Thank you.
Perfect.
All right, number 13. This one here is really kind of a mandate out of the House Bill 2062, which legislative was regulating the shower head sales in Oregon cannot exceed 1.8 gallons per minute. They pointed to Title 20 of the California Code to get that. That was passed, so we had to align with that, even though the EPA is still at 2.0. So that one's just kind of a housekeeping. Are we good?
Yes.
Okay. Any fiscal impact? And it's really the same for 14 as well. It's just one's in the table and one's in section 408.2. So you can really lump 13 and 14 together. And the fiscal impact would be the same. Yep, 0. Okay.
It's actually in the positive if you want to consider the energy saving it's going to create.
Yeah, there's some natural resource there. Conservation. Number 15 is just adding that bottle filler station language shall comply with NSF 61. We did have some changes in the 2017 that talked about bottle filling stations. Those are becoming more and more prevalent in the industry. And so this just kind of solidifies that they also have to meet the NSF 61 low lead requirements. So I think that's kind of more of a housekeeping than it is a change. Do you see any fiscal impact to that? Okay, so no on the fiscal impact. Do we want to move that one forward? Okay. So number 16, again, is kind of just a little bit of housekeeping. It's just aligning with the EPA. We had chapter 14, we added the table in the interim in the 2017 code cycle that got put into the 2021. All the fixtures that are in that table meet the EPA WaterSense label requirements. They don't have to be labeled to WaterSense, but they do meet those requirements. The commercial food service pre-rinse spray was not in that table, but IAPMO, this comes in an IAPMO proposal to align with the EPA now on that as well. We good with that one? Any other any comments? Okay. Any fiscal impact? Great. All right, number 17. So number 17 currently 50532 505.3.2 in our current 2021 talks about unlisted water heaters. Unlisted water heaters shall be installed with a clearance of 12 inches on all sides and rear. Combustible floors under unlisted water heaters shall be protected in an approved manner. IAPMO added in that unlisted water heaters, except as otherwise permitted in this code, shall be approved by the building official and not just a blanket requirement. I thought this was important because, as we know, everything in statute and everything in our 301 requires all products to be listed to an approved standard by the board, which is everything in chapter 17. But that section was always confusing to me. How can we allow an unlisted water heater? I think IAPMO helped with that by putting some clarity in there with the language. Any comments? Good to move forward. Fiscal impact? No? Okay. Thank you. Number 18, I think we can combine 18 and 19 together. Number 18 is a standard that we currently have in the code, but it was not in our table 603.2. And this was for our chemical dispensing units. So it's not a new standard, but IAPMO, this is an IAPMO amendment, if you will, or proposal. And they put it into table 603.2 for clarity as well, along with the section number. And to combine that with number 19, if you do go down to ASSC 1022 on the same table, it is currently in the table, but in the 2021, as you see here, it was only listed for back siphonage. The standard now has broadened, and so IAPMO has backed this up, and now it's approved for all hazards: back pressure, back siphonage, back pressure, back. Let me go back through that again. Back siphonage, back pressure, back siphonage, back pressure, both for low hazard and high hazard. So it just kind of clarifies that. Then puts 1055 in the table. Any comments?
Laura, can you scroll back down to the first definition? Right there, thank you. So I just need, for my own sake, I agree with all this. I just wanted to clarify for my own sake. Chemical dispensers with backflow protection, integral, that would be an integral air gap, I'm going to assume.
Most of them have.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so before, correct me if I'm wrong, we were looking for the ASME A112 for air gap on those. Or did they already have that ASSC 1055 on them?
The ASSC 1055 is currently in the 2021. And it's in section 603.5.21. And it's kind of been, even back in the 2017, it's been a transition in that industry to move to that standard. Before, yes, it was just an air gap. But then once the connection of the chemical dispensers created some constant pressure, which a vacuum breaker is not allowed to have constant pressure for more than 12 out of the 24. And so that industry has been moving to that 1055. It got put into the 2021 under 603.5.21. Now IAPMO has put it in the table. So now those actually have a kind of a release valve in them to where there's not constant pressure on that system when it's turned off on that, if that sink has a vacuum breaker.
Great, thanks, Sandy.
So any other comments? Okay. Are we good to move those two forward, 18 and 19? Okay, any fiscal impact? No? Okay. Thank you. All right, before we get to the next one, we have about 5 minutes before noon. We'll probably break for lunch. Laura, what has the other committee's been doing, about a 45-minute? Okay, so we'll do a 45-minute at noon today. And then we'll come back at 12:45. So just kind of want to put that out there. If everybody, you know, or if somebody is getting hungry. All right, number 20. This one here, number 20, is just adding some additional IAPMO standards to current code language. So they add to the list of backflow protection devices a valve complying with IAPMO PS 72. So you see there in 60356, which is lawn sprinklers. And really what this standard is for is those polyethylene, polypropylene vacuum breakers that the big box stores sell. They still need to comply with a standard if they're going to be installed. And this is the new standard that has been developed and for them to be tested to. Any comments? Move forward. Fiscal impact. None. Okay. Like I always like to say in the plumbing code, sometimes, you know, fiscal impact is not always there, even with a new requirement, because there's options. Almost everything is not a one way to do it. If you choose that way, it may be a fiscal impact or it may be cheaper, but you don't know if they're going to choose it or not. So it's hard to kind of determine. Okay. So both of those are a yes. We'll move on to number 21, excuse me. Yep, 21. So we'll bring up number 141. Okay. So there's a little addition here, and actually this one's going to probably take some discussion. So with that said, let's go ahead and break for lunch, and we'll come back at 12:45. And then we can hit this one, because there's just to kind of give you a brief look into it. IAPMO did not pass this one, but I wanted to bring it up because this is a common question I get from industry. And then I have some sideline documentation for discussion. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you back at 12:45. Before we do get started, though, I want to remind everybody at the beginning, you know, I told everybody on the website, there was the recommendations from Jed. And so pretty much Jed's aligned with everything that the committee has done so far, but continue to look at those as we go through each one of these line items. Okay, with that said, let's get back to it. We left off on 21, and I just kind of gave you an intro into that. So Laura, if you bring up the UPC proposal, please. So I'll let everybody kind of read it for a minute, and then Laura, give them a couple minutes, then scroll down to where it says reject. I just want to make sure everybody sees what's kind of happened here on the IAPMO side. Give you time to read through it. And I know also while everybody's reading through this, I know we have one individual that's logged on, just kind of monitoring the process. And I just want to remind them that if they do want to speak, to raise their hand on any topic. So as you see, I'm hoping everybody's pretty much done reading. The reason this is before the committee today is because I've gotten quite a few phone calls. We've had this discussion at the Chiefs meeting a while ago. You know, this is kind of happening out in the industry. The question has come up, why can't we connect directly to a tankless water heater with specifically PEX piping? Because that's the majority of installations that are happening out there. And the code is specific on that. And when you go to that section in code, it gives us the requirements for PVC, or PEX, to be a minimum of 18 inches away from the unit. And it doesn't differentiate really between the tank style or a tankless water heater. So this proposal was sent to IAPMO, or presented to IAPMO. IAPMO looked at it, and there was some opposition. If you read all the way down at the bottom, there was a few committee members that said, well, you know, why can't we? Because there is a document out there presented by PPI, which is the Plastic Pipe Institute. And I apologize, we don't have it up there. I do have a copy of it here, and I will read it around, or actually, yeah, there was only one that didn't return. But in the committee statement, it says there is a health and safety concern when allowing plastic materials to be directly connected to tankless water heaters. This is something that I thought, okay, the industry is asking about this. It's been a common question. Is there something that we can look at and say, is there really a health or safety hazard? I did talk to a committee member on this, and they said that the question was asked and there was no documentation brought up about the health and safety factor of this. So through my research, I came up and this is the Plastic Pipe Institute. This was issued September of 2020, and it's a Plastic Pipe Institute Recommendation H, recommendation on direct connection of plastic piping materials to the tankless water heaters for domestic use. And so I'll go, you know, I want to try to streamline things, but I'm going to read this whole thing to you, and then I want to have the discussion about what Oregon should do or not do based on this issue, because we've gotten so many calls. I know inspectors have went out and said, well, you know, we're letting them do it because the PEX manufacturer says it's not that big of a deal. They don't care. So again, I thought it warranted some discussion. So in this recommendation, it says PPI Building Construction Division represents plastic pipe materials used in hot and cold potable water distribution systems, including chlorinated polychloride, CPVC, PERT, PEX, and PPR and PPRCT. And then it states the Plastic Pipe Institute and its members frequently receive questions about connecting these piping materials directly to tankless water heaters for the incoming cold and outgoing hot water. PPI has reviewed Canadian and US model plumbing codes, the published instructions of approximately 20 tankless water heater manufacturers, and the recommendations of plastic pipe system manufacturers. This research indicates that there is not a consistent recommendation on the use of plastic piping for direct connections to water heater inlets and outlets from industry sources. After an investigation into these devices and evaluation of the findings, and with consensus among plastic piping system manufacturers, PPI issued the following recommendation. Piping systems using materials of CPVC, PE, RT, PEX, and PP, which carry a pressure and temperature rating of 100 PSI at 180 degrees, and which are intended and certified for hot and cold potable water distribution systems according to the industry standards and relevant codes, may be connected directly to tankless water heaters, which are intended for domestic applications unless prohibited by a local code or specific water heater manufacturer. And it follows up with, if the inlet or outlet water piping connection positions the piping so that it may be exposed to sources of heat other than the water being discharged by the water heater, e.g. vent or exhaust, the installer should use appropriate connectors to in sufficient length to separate the plastic from these other heat sources so that the plastic pipe is not exposed to temperatures exceeding 180 degrees. So what I would like to just kind of put out for the committee today, based on, again, some of the feedback that I've been getting from the industry, also being, IAPMO kind of talked about it, but when you read through that, part of the substantiation was the PPI recommendation from here. And so I would like to just kind of put it out to the committee to have a discussion, comment, if necessary, of moving this particular proposal forward into the code to allow direct connection of these materials to an indirect fired water heater on demand. So that's kind of the backstory there on that, and I will open it up for comments.
So again, IAPMO had a little note there saying that they felt that it was a health and safety concern, but they don't specifically say what.
Yeah, and again, the conversation I had with one of the committee members, the question was asked too during the conversation, what is that safety health issue? And there has been, to my knowledge, no follow-up information. I'm going off of the PPI technical bulletin for reference to if there is an issue or not. This is a Plastic Pipe Institute. This is what they do. Manufacturers say, okay. Manufacturers of the direct vent or on-demand water heaters don't see a problem with it. There's no gain here to either manufacturer. It's not a product issue. It's just simply, in my opinion, it is a industry installation practice that has been done, has been proved on an alternate method in some areas, and is not code. But should we make it code or allowance based on the information provided? That's what I present to everyone today. So, Aaron, you have a comment?
Yeah. So it feels to me like I kind of like having a braided flexible connector there, because I've been in plenty of installations, not necessarily on the on-demand situation, but plenty of installations where to make that connection, the flexible connector is leaning right up against the flue, and just making sure that the installation, obviously, rigid pipe with a flex connector is a very different installation than just a PEX install altogether. But even in PEX installations, I think that there could easily be situations where there's slack in the piping such that you could get your PEX lines laying up against the flue. And to me, that seems like a reasonable, impetus for keeping braided flex connectors, metallic flex connectors in there, and not allowing the PEX to be directly connected just because of that, the amount of flexibility in those, making those connections. Sometimes there's just extra piping there that lays up against things that you don't want it to lay up against, like the flue.
Okay. Thank you. Rick?
But Aaron, the only thing I would say about that is that typically with the tankless, you're not going to have that flue anywhere near those connections. I think that'd probably be the only difference between allowing, PEX to the top of a tank type water heater as compared to a tankless. I think the PEX, things like that are, especially with 180 degree or 100 PSI, 180 degree rating on them, they really don't have a problem handling the heat from the bottom of a tankless water heater like that. So I think it's a good installation. I think there's a lot of people wanting to do it. And I think the flex connectors kind of came over from tank type water heaters. I think it might have just come right along with that installation that we did forever and ever, that, we kind of had to do it that way, I think, but I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Yeah, Craig.
In the installation of on-demand water heaters, there are a few ways of which an installer can put those water connections to the heater itself. Of course, you can buy these manifolds that have unions, and with that, PEX going up to those unions would be fine, because if you needed to service the water heater or something, you could break those unions and pull them away. There are others that just go with the flex connectors directly into the heater, and they use that flex connector nut as their union. So I suppose that, aside from the standards that the pipe industry is suggesting, it is capable of handling 120 degree output on a domestic water heater. If it's boosted, okay, which it can be, there are overrides, it's still not going to exceed usually 140, 150 top. And this isn't to be used on boiler, but rather just domestic water, correct? Yes.
The intent here is to allow it for, residential, on-demand water heaters only, or not really a boiler that falls underneath the boiler code.
So I guess the only problem that I would have with a direct connect with the PEX fitting is, should you have to service it, you'd have to cut those pipes and repair if you didn't have unions in place. But, that's kind of a trait that is aside from the actual, problem in hand, which is the pipe gonna, be usable in the long term without breaking down or, any outside interference from heat, because on an on-demand heater, like was suggested, these are, 90% plus, you're not going to have heat coming from the exhaust, the manifold. So.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Just for clarity too on that, I mean, the other requirements of the connection of a water heater would still be in place. So, the union requirement's still there. Yeah, that, this, I guess, to term it directly connected, I think, maybe I should have said we're eliminating the 18 inches of clearance for metallics. It would still have to meet, again, the other requirements in code, which would be a union. So, any other comments? Yeah, Matt?
Hey, Andy, I'm just wondering if we were to accept it, and just put in some sort of clarification that if it's within, X distance of the flue, then you have to do, metallic piping within that distance per the manufacturers or something, just to clarify, when you do and when you don't need that.
Yeah, that's well said. Laura, can we have the language up again, please? So it's currently in 604.13. And of course, in the current language, it just talks about PEX and polyethylene. And of course, in the exception, the CPVC and the polypropylene have been put in because those are approved materials. And it was also in the PPI documentation for allowance. CPVC is approved for both hot and cold, and polypropylene the same way. So I actually inserted those, and we can always stick with just what's in 604.3. But so exception, those materials approved for hot and cold potable water distribution may be directly connected to the instantaneous water heater. So maybe putting down in there that as long as they're within manufacturer specification or I should say in accordance with manufacturer's installation instructions in proximity to the flue or distance from the flue or something like that. I'm open to suggestions there.
Yeah, I like that, per manufacturer's installation instructions, just to cover that, because they all might vary a little bit.
Right, yeah, because I don't want to just put in 12 inches.
Right.
So I know, and it was mentioned earlier, some of these new high efficiency on-demand water heaters that are direct vent, they don't get that hot, and a manufacturer might say it's not an issue. So I would like to point to that instead of putting in a specific distance. Curtis, you got?
Yeah, I have one thing. So, and I don't agree or disagree. This is, if they allow it, that's great. But in our original code, why do we not allow it within 18 inches of our water heaters?
Well, here's kind of, and I'm going to kind of agree with Rick a little bit. I've seen this throughout code. Sometimes code takes a long time to catch up to industry and to products. And I know, our storage type tank water heaters, before we got into high efficiency ones and things, the B vents and stuff were hot. And so PEX manufacturers said, we want to be 12 inches away from that. And then a storage type water heater could fail and heat up to over 210 degrees at 150 PSI. So they wanted to make sure they were away from that, just in case. And that was really way before, this new edition of on-demand water heaters. That code section hasn't changed for many code cycles. I think what we see here is we see a change in our industry. We see higher efficiency products. We kind of should look at some of the code sections and make sure that they are up to date with what's one happening out in the industry too, and two, what through documentation from manufacturers and other agencies say, hey, this moving forward, this is okay. But I think that's kind of where it come from was, again, it's just kind of old code addressing tank style water heaters. But I think just for safety purposes, putting in there to the manufacturer's installation instructions would cover, any maybe older style tankless, but most water heater companies now are mandated by the federal government to meet a higher efficiency rating. So, that part of the industry is changing. Yeah, you can't buy anything that's not meeting that new federal requirement. And even on the tankless side. So, I thought it was worth a conversation. I do want to read, and I did, remind everybody, but if you don't have this, I wanted to read Jed's response, because out of all the ones that I've seen on here, this is the one that is not in agreement so far with most of what we've done. So Jed's response is matrix item number 21. He rejected it. It says BCD technical committee overwhelmingly rejected this proposal. And so that was his take on it. So you kind of know where the vote is there. And we'll open up for continuous comment, or we can take a vote on it. We can adjust the language too, if you feel comfortable with just inserting and along with in accordance with the manufacturer installation instructions like Laura just did for us. Thank you.
I'm good with that language. I think, they didn't really give any evidence that there is a health issue. I think if they had something that they could show us, I would be more inclined to deny it. But I think with the PPI letter and, addressing the flu situation, I think I'm good with approving it.
Yeah, and I think that also touches, Aaron, on your concern. You have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I agree that I'm fine moving forward with this, with the intent of this. I'm wondering if, for clarity's sake, we omit directly connected omit the portion where we're saying it can be directly connected, and just leave it a little bit more general as an exception to 60413. Because like you said, there are requirements for that connection, and the idea of listing here directly connected might, in some people's mind, bypass some of those other requirements.
Shall be installed, let's see, or can be installed within the 18 inches, given some flexibility there.
Yeah, something along those lines, just to, I don't know, provide. I've worked with plenty of contractors that would see that and would super glue the pipe to the water heater.
We kind of talked a little bit about that, as making sure that, it's not a direct connection, that the other applicable code sections apply as well.
Yeah, it just feels like, directly connected almost gives them permission to bypass all the other code sections.
I agree.
And that is my fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, that language looks great to me. I'm on board. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Yeah, Laura. In accordance with the manufacturer's installation instructions. Yeah, I think that's consistent with other code sections. A pipe being connected to the water heater in accordance with manufacturers. I would probably put and in accordance. Because we're allowing an exception here to the original language, and we're given a specific here what they can do, but then they also need to comply with the manufacturer's installation instructions. Set their alarm.
Not mine.
How does that look to everybody? Okay. So
And we just need the instantaneously or on demand on there.
can you scroll up a little bit, Laura? you know, just to the top of that code section. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so we do. Yep, that's correct. Exception, instantaneous on-demand water heaters. Well, the on-demand, an instantaneous water heater can also be installed where it's not on demand. And then it becomes sometimes depending on the input rate in a boiler. So you could, yeah, Comet. Yeah, or put in tankless. Yeah. And I mean, you know, we might kind of wordsmith it a little bit, but we want to make sure that, you know, the nuts and bolts are there. But yeah, that was a good catch. Thank you, Aaron. What's that? I don't know if it would matter where it's at in there. It could be. Yeah, that looks good too. Apples and oranges? No, I think that's good. Well, how's that look to everybody? Hot and cold water is permitted to be installed within first 18 inches of piping connected to an instantaneous on-demand water heater in accordance with it. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah. A thumbs up from Matt. So I guess we'll go to move forward. Got some thumbs up in here. Okay. Okay. How about, is there any fiscal impact? Any cost impact?
There's probably cost savings.
Okay, so cost savings. That we like to hear.
Thanks, Andy.
Yeah. Thanks, Pierre. Thank you for letting us know you're still with us as well.
I'm here.
Okay, good. Number 22 is pretty straightforward. And this came out of IAPMO. This was approved by IAPMO, and it's just adding again, because of some of the changes out in the manufacturing arena, you know, they're adding another color into some of the glues that they're developing. And so this has been brought in to add green or red to this specific installation that does not require primers. So it's just a green. Oh, it is.
Really depends on the shade.
Well, maybe what they did was they took yellow and red and mixed them together, and that made green. Doesn't that make green? I mean, I wasn't an art student or anything, but or is it blue and
I think you missed the color wheel day in class.
Aren't they doing this to get children more involved in plumbing?
Okay. So any comments other than what we've already had? I'll take that as a no. Move forward. Okay. Fiscal impact? None?
I think adding green's a pretty big fiscal impact, but
Well, we're just trying to comply with the rules.
I had to get that one in.
I mean, I you know, when it comes to colors, I'll just throw this out there, you know, I mean, it's mostly men that are colorblind, right? So it doesn't matter if it's red, green, or yellow,
Exactly.
as long as it meets the standard.
On your white t-shirt that you done gluing.
All right. All right, number 23. This one kind of encompasses a couple of different sections. Pretty straightforward. It was 2024 UPC number 149. And it's just inserting a couple of new standards for dielectric unions. And this kind of covers the larger sizes of dielectric unions for this standard instead of the smaller sizes. Any comments? Move forward. Okay. Any impact on the monies? No? Okay. Thank you. Number 24 covers 608.2 and 608.3. It was number 160 for my ATMO. And this just added a language down there at the bottom for expansion tanks to be securely attached to the structure. I know I've had several phone calls on this one as well, where, you know, there's nothing in the code that required an expansion tank to be secured to the structure. And a lot of installations and even some larger commercial applications, they've just put it right on top of the pipe and the pipe's carrying the load. And as we move into non-metallic piping systems and things like that, this one was also approved through IAPMO as well. So any comment? Yep, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I like the language, but I have seen it where people have thrown a galvanized tee or a brass tee on top of the water heater and ran it off of that, which, you know, it seems like it's a pretty stout installation. But that would be my only comment is, you know, would that be approved? Because it's not technically attached to the structure at that point.
Okay, good point. Aaron?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask if securely fastened to the structure includes just strapping it and screwing it to a stud wall.
Yeah, I guess, you know, if it came to it, that securely fastened may need to be interpreted to what that is. I mean, I would think kind of what we have now is nothing. And so it would be up to local interpretation for what that meant. Currently, water heaters with an interp that's out can be strapped for seismic restraint with plumber's tape and the proper fasteners. If I had to write an interp, I would use that as the baseline for this same application. But yeah, it is kind of broad language, and it doesn't address, like Matt, what you said. You know, what if it's, you know, ran just directly on top of the water heater? Those are both good points. Any other comment? Yeah.
So
Curtis?
I agree, probably need to do a interpretation page on that. I don't disagree, but what Matt had said about the T on top of the water heater, I'm kind of picturing that and I see that, but so the whole thing probably would need an interpretation. And so for starters, would this be a seismic strap or just a secure strap? Like, for instance, we require our wall hung lavatories and pedestal lavatories to be secured to the structure as well. And
Yeah, I believe the intent of this, and Laura, could you bring up the proposal from my ATMO? Yeah, and that should give some commentary in there to show what their intent is.
because then I'm gonna go and bring up the old like the exception to
160.
seismic bracing water heaters is if you're in category C, we don't need to do that. And so would that become a point of emphasis? Is this seismic bracing? And if so, if I'm in the bend area, I don't need to do this.
So here's their substantiation. Expansion tanks range in size and types. Many tanks are left to be supported by piping. So yeah, you can kind of read through that and
All know that they can fail. Dug on heavy,
Mm-hmm,
what to do.
mm-hmm.
You know, I just kind of thinking about, you know, hang words. Talking about mid, almost half. Step farther.
you want to go ahead and turn your mic on, Craig?
Sorry, yeah. You know, we almost have to go a step farther because there are some things in our code that talk about plumbing system support. If this is going to be, you know, interpreted by a guy out in the field, which it will, you can see all kinds of support systems being used, and would it necessarily do the job? I don't know. I just think that this needs a little bit more. I've seen over the years catastrophic failures, okay, due to somebody that thought that they had the right idea but did not.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment? Yeah,
And
Curtis?
so I like what you just did here because that answers my question. And the answer is no, we shouldn't interpret this even close to being part of the seismic.
No.
It needs to be more considered as part of our supporting of our piping system. And so maybe even in here somewhere, we say piping shall not be considered part of the support or something. And because that's what Craig just said as well. When they fail, they're going to fill with water is one of the indicators that an expansion tank has failed. And then all of a sudden they become heavy. And you're correct. In residential, those little ST1s, they're using them on with the 3/4 T on its back with them just sitting there. And that's what I was trying to figure out is are we doing this for seismic reasons or supporting reasons? And the answer is supporting reasons.
Yeah, not utilizing the pipe as the support for the device.
Yeah, and so I agree with that. And as far as
Okay, so got a couple of other hands up. Rick?
So I've installed a lot of them that way. And as an example, that ST1 is a 2.5 gallon expansion tank. And when that bladder does pop in and it fills with water, it's still a pretty good way to mount it. But I definitely would want to see anything bigger than a 2.5 gallon being installed that way. The seismic, you know, down in our area, because we're a D down here, is still a factor down here, but they have really changed the seismic zones and shrunk it down. So it's not as big of a factor as it used to be. But typically we see these things, you know, a seismic strap, just like the water heater, stuck on a couple of pieces of unistrut. If it's over 5 gallons, that's what we're seeing down here. You know, we specifically look for it and call it out.
Okay. Aaron?
I was gonna make a very similar comment. I don't have any real problem with the small, you know, 1-2 gallon, but I frankly have seen a 14 gallon supported by pipe. And so just making some clarifications, because I agree it's not really all that practical for the single point application and those small ones. There's definitely ability for the pipe to support those, but making some clarifications so that we don't just get interpretations by contractors.
Okay. Okay.
Is it easy?
Want to turn your mic on?
I was thinking, is it easy enough to not have that requirement with Matt Roselle's comment he made about being attached right to the nipple? that it's not being supported by the piping, if it's that installation, you could kind of take that away from it, where it's attached to the nipple with a T coming straight up, it wouldn't be attached to the piping. So then you could clearly, if it wasn't done that way, you could clearly have the reasoning for to be attached to the structure.
Okay.
Hey, Andy.
Yeah.
I mean, could we say something unless attached to rigid piping? You know, meaning not plastic piping. You know, it's okay for a, you know, a certain size to be supported by metallic piping, you know, otherwise it has to be attached to the structure. Obviously, better wording than that, but something along those lines.
Well, let me ask this. You know, several of you are inspectors and you're out in the field quite a bit and installers. How often do you see expansion tanks just tied directly on top of PEX piping on the horizontal? Rick?
Never.
Okay. Okay.
It's been a while since I've been in the field, but I did see it quite a bit when I was in Happy Valley, where they would just throw a tee off, and sometimes they'd throw a strap on it, sometimes they wouldn't, and it would be sagging. So, you know, I like the code language that they're requiring something to be done, but it does depend on the type of piping.
Leaves it pretty broad. And I was kind of just zeroing in on a little bit of what a couple of you said. Aaron, you mentioned it, and I think Craig, you mentioned it, about maybe limiting the size or saying anything over 2.5 gallons shall be securely fastened to the structure. I hesitate doing a specific gallon because there's manufacturers out there that also have, you know, different designs, different styles, different, or, you know, maybe tying that into, you know, only, or saying that securely fastened means also metallic piping. But then, you know, here's the other piece of that. You've got, you know, 3/4 1 inch copper, and you got maybe 1 inch copper in a commercial application with a 20 gallon on top of it. You know, that's not going to be adequate either. So I guess there's really no clean way from just our feedback today in the comments so far to really make this fit all potential applications or potential applications that would be critical.
I think we all agree that, you know, to secure it to the structure is a good idea. I just believe that there's actually a need to go a bit farther in our language, stating, you know, that it can't, you know, be a certain size or a certain nipple or a certain material, but rather that the support system has to be adequate to meet the needs or meet manufacturers' recommendations in mounting or something like that. I
Okay.
think we have to go just a step farther.
Rick?
So typically what I see down here is galvanized, is the way they're doing it, because it's a solid installation. But what if we did put in there that, you know, as far as sizing goes, that, you know, the rigid metallic piping, and then with a not to exceed of 2.5 gallons on, you know, the expansion tank. That way it would, if we have different manufacturers that have a little bit different size, it just gives a thing we can't exceed 2.5 gallons.
Okay.
Hey, Andy, just a suggestion, could we keep this language in there and do an exception that says if, you know, if you run it with galvanized piping or some sort of rigid piping, you know, you can install up to 2.5 gallon expansion tank on the rigid piping?
We could. One thing, that over the last 2 code cycles, I've tried to really stay focused on is staying as close to model code language as possible, so we have the useful tools that IAPMO puts out for us for, explanatory purposes, teaching purposes, also inspection purposes. But yeah, I mean, we could, and I'm kind of thinking at this point, maybe taking some time to just kind of put this one on the back burner and think about it, and then maybe come back around to it to make sure that we've thought through everything and we capture it in a clear, precise manner. How does that sound?
That sounds good. And do the installation instructions give specific guidance on mounting those? I haven't read them in years, so I don't.
Yeah, and that was something that I was thinking about as well, Max. I mean, I was sitting here as I'm hearing everybody's comments going, what's the manufacturer's installation say? And Curtis has brought it right up for us, at least for one manufacturer. And can you?
Yeah, for one, they're showing it in all the different positions. And so you go to the and this is a Watts product. And this is the little 2.5 gallon, the little guy, and the PLT 512 and the PLT 20. So they show it in different various positions, such as a T on its back with the expansion tank either going up or going down. And all they say is if you put it in the horizontal position, which they're allowing, they say, let's see, I got to get back to where I was. Expansion tank. Oh, for crying out loud, now it's. Okay, the expansion tank may be installed vertically or horizontally. Caution, the tank must be properly supported in the horizontal application. That's all they give on the manufacturer installation. And they're showing you that you can put a head off from your water heater, put a T on its back and put it in the up or the down position.
Well, there's one manufacturer's installation instructions explanation, and it's pretty vague too. Just should be securely supported or supported in a manner. Yeah, I liked what IAPMO did here as well, because I think it has been kind of problematic depending on the size of the tank and the types of materials that we have out there. And of course, we know our language goes both residential and commercial, and in a bigger commercial application, you have, your standards and how they want things done, but that might not always be addressed there either. And I think it's an important piece. And I think everybody's probably on the same page that it's kind of difficult to see what language is going to be proper here. So we can discuss on it some more, or we can just kind of think about it a little bit as we're going through some of this other stuff and come back to it if we have some time and kind of see where we're at and what does everybody want to do? Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind coming back to it.
Okay.
I will throw in, I believe it's Odie makes it. They make a cool little bracket that you can screw to the wall, and it's got the hose clamp, I believe, a very large hose clamp that secures it. So there is a pretty cool and easy way of doing this.
Yeah, and just to, here's something else to kind of chew on a little bit. If there was a requirement to support it, taking Matt, your scenario of the galvanized sitting right on top of the inlet connection to the water heater, if it was in the code to have to be supported, then that's going to require the installer to do a different type of installation. And they would no longer maybe be putting it, whether it's galvanized, copper, or PEX. Of course, we can't run PEX directly to a tank type water heater. But it would require them to now change the way they're doing the installation to get it closer to a wall to get it secured. So we may not have to worry or have language that really addresses if it's metallic or not. You know, so kind of think about that. If the requirement is there, it's going to be required, depending on what we come up with, for every type of piping, for every type of unit, even though some have been okay. Now they're going to have to put it close to the wall. They're going to have to attach it to the wall no matter what. I think that might be a way to just kind of say it needs to be attached. We don't care what kind of piping it is. We don't care what size it is, and try to stay out of that realm of dividing out or having exceptions, and just it needs to be secured. Just something to think about. And then we can come back if everybody wants to. And the other piece of that was the 608.3 and number 25. It's also in the 608.3 and number 24. And I think these two kind of come together, but we can separate them as well if we're going to come back to the expansion tank. But in 608.3, this just solidifies that an expansion tank is not required for an instantaneous non-storage type water heater. And this is IATMO language.
Right.
Yeah, and the comment from Craig was unless the manufacturer requires it. And I think most of the manufacturer's installation instructions I've seen, it's dependent on if it's got a recirc system on it or not. And so we do have language already in chapter 1 that says we got to follow manufacturer's installation instructions if it's, you know, but we could also add that to that as well. But I think, yeah, let's come back to 24. Let's table. Let's
Andy,
yeah,
just for someone to think about, if we have to, as installers, mount it to a wall, there will be some costs.
yeah, there's going to be a fiscal impact, definitely. And we'll get to that once we determine, you know, the direction that the committee would like to go on that topic, that item. So let's jump down to 25. And I kind of explained that one a little bit. The language is up there. Greg made a comment about manufacturer's installation instructions. I think we do have a pathway there, but is there any other comments?
You know, we added where you had to follow the manufacturer installation instructions on one of our before lunch, and this may be a good time to maybe add that disclaimer to the end of this exception as well. And an expansion tank shall not be required for an instantaneous non-storage water heater. Well, that's true, but then you throw a recirc on it and now it's not true for a lot of the manufacturer installation instructions. And so would this be a good time to add that same disclaimer to follow the manufacturer installation instructions? Or am I off base on that?
No, I don't think you're, I'm trying to think through it. So, you know, 604.13 is where we put it, you know, because it was specific to a non-plumbing item and the manufacturer's requirements to stay away from that item. I guess it could work here. What I don't want to do is put and manufacturer's instructions to every code change. I think most of the on-demand water heaters, and I'm sure several of you can kind of chime in here. This particular one here, we could add just the term on demand. That would exclude any of the return type systems, any system that had an extra storage tank, because we've defined on demand means you open a faucet, you get hot water. There's no closed system. So if we just put that in there, that might eliminate and allow the inspectors and the instructors and the installers to understand this is only for on demand.
Yeah, I think that would solve that problem.
Any comments on that? I think we got Rick, and then I'll get to you, Curtis. Rick?
So a lot of those with the research system went to a buffering tank, and they kind of went away from the expansion tank and that. But I gotta say, as an installer and an inspector, having the MII in there has always been very important, because I use that on a daily basis with installers. That's why I tell them, you got to have the book on site so that we can, because it makes it an easy way for them to refer back to exactly what they got to do. And that tends to be the easiest, simplest way to get some of this across to them. But it's not in your code book, it's in the MII. And that's the direction, that's what we're going to be looking at when we come to do the inspection.
Yeah, and you know, that's a good point. We do currently have the language in chapter 1 that says, you know, if installed to the manufacturer's installation instructions, the manufacturer's installation instructions shall be on site. So we do have a site and right path there already. And that's kind of like I was saying, I don't want to put manufacturer's installation instructions in every code cycle. That varies, because we do have that, but I get the point. I think there is a path already there for that to address this, trying to address the different types of installations where we could have a storage tank or we could have a recirc system that, you know, that may require that. Then we can go back to that chapter 1 and say, okay, this is not an on demand really, because it's triggering when there's no use or no demand or call on the unit. But it's this, you know, it's the committee's input that is important, and how it reads for you, and how you can, you know, interpret it out in the field as well. But I do think maybe adding the instantaneous non-storage on demand would be helpful there to separate that from those other types of installations. And then those other types would require the MIIs.
I agree with that, Andy.
Any other comments? Okay, move it forward.
Should that just be instantaneous non-storage?
Well, the non-storage piece, I don't know if that, you know, I was thinking about just instantaneous on demand and take out the non-storage, because that is a little confusing, but the non-storage does not address the recirc system. It really is not considered storage when you have a recirc line. So that might be confusing. And I don't think that non-storage addresses the recirc line, which may require an expansion tank based on the manufacturer's installation instructions. So maybe if we peel out the non-storage, because we've already elsewhere in the code, we've defined, you know, what an instantaneous on demand is. And just for everybody's, so instantaneous tankless potable water heating units, sometimes a small buffer tank designed to create hot water instantaneously on demand without the use of a storage tank, regardless of the size. So that's defined in section 502.6. We use on demand in some of our other interpretations that we've had out there. Like on demand is a term that people know, and it really reflects the difference between the recirc and storage versus, you know, the on demand. So maybe take out non-storage. How's that look, Aaron?
Yeah, it felt cumbersome and a little redundant, maybe.
Yeah.
Having that in there with on demand. So I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
How's that look?
Yeah.
Pretty good. All right. Thank you. Any fiscal impact? Nope, no fiscal impact. Okay. Thank you. Number 26. This is a real easy one, table 702.1 in our current book. When you look at non-water urinal with drain cleaning action, it says non-water urinal. And to correlate with the other sections of the code types, these urinals require a water connection, also aligns with table 702. So table 610.3, if we insert non-water, it aligns with table 702.1. It's just, again, kind of a housekeeping thing. So the drain cleaning action urinals came in at the last code cycle. And in order to stay consistent with the other tables, you look at 702.1, it says non-water urinal with drain cleaning action. IAPMO just kind of added that in there to be consistent. So it's more of a housekeeping than it is a code change here. Everybody good with that one? Any comment? Okay. Fiscal impact? I would say none, but because again, it's just an alignment with another code section. All right. Here's a good one for discussion. This has no UPC proposal with it, and it has no proponent proposal with it. It has what both Marcus and I and probably Max as an instructor. Max Butler is with us today in here, just kind of listening in, and he's our cross-train instructor for plumbing for the certification. So when you go to table 702.1, number 10, this came in at the last code cycle. This came in through proponent's proposal, and the original proposal was in conflict with current code language. I think, Matt, you were on the last code committee, weren't you? No? Okay.
No, wasn't on that one.
So the committee at that point went ahead and changed the language up to move this forward, but it really has not been utilized in the industry. But what has been happening is the installers are going back to the original design, and inspectors are just passing it that way. And it's been very confusing, and probably even confusing maybe to instruct, Max. So the conversation is to either leave it in there, or remove it. And let me give you a little bit more backstory on it. So the original submission of proposal was to allow a laundry tray to tie into a clothes washer standpipe utilizing the clothes washer standpipe trap. Well, that was not in alignment with 1002. 1002.1 or 1002.2. 1001.2, where it tells us that the laundry tub is the only trap that can accept the discharge of the clothes washer. And of course, that language was in there. It's one of those old languages because of the old, concrete laundry trays in the basement and things like that. So the committee changed it in order to align with that language to allow now the clothes washer standpipe to tie into the tailpiece of the laundry tray, and upsize laundry trays trap by 2 inches. In order to achieve that installation, you got to have the laundry tray and the clothes washer right next to each other. And nobody's doing it. What they are doing is they're doing it that original way, which really isn't a code, and people are passing it. So it's created confusion out there. And again, on the instruction side as well. So I just kind of want to throw it out to the committee because of the confusion out there to see, if there's some different language that might help clarify it, or just remove it all together. Any comments?
Yeah, it's confusing the way it's written. I would be okay with taking that out.
It's not an installation that really is widely used again, that I know of. And some of you can speak up, Rick.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it can just be removed. It just doesn't get installed that way. There's just not enough room anyway.
I have seen it the other way that you've talked about, where they tie the laundry sink into the auto washer trap. But I think only once, so.
Yeah, and that could be allowed as an alternate method, but it does not align with 1001. So, it would have to be an alternate method. The language actually came out of the IPC is where it came from originally. And then this is what ended up in the code based on kind of the wordsmithing of the committee. So, all right. Any other comments then? Do we want to move forward with a suggestion to delete?
Yeah, I'll recommend we delete them.
Okay,
I would agree.
okay. And just as we're going through here, and I remember item 20 was what I have from Jed only goes to 26. So he was probably okay with everything else. Possibly.
He didn't really have issues. That was as far as he went.
Yeah, he might have thought.
Or he ran out of time.
Yeah, he might have thought we wouldn't have gotten that far today. So is there any fiscal impact to this?
I don't see any.
Okay, no. Thank you. Okay, number 28, 705-10-3. So this, this one just kind of is like that other one we talked about the ABS and PVC. Let me see, for some reason, make sure that we're still where we need to be. We've either I'm missing something. I know we talked about this already.
We talked about outside the building.
Yeah. I was just trying to go back and see exactly where, because it was with the plastic threads.
Yeah.
All right. Position glue. So yeah, 310. Yep.
Item number 9.
Yeah, so really that just ties that together with that one. And I just wanted to make sure before we had any discussion on it. So except as provided in 70594. So this just says plastic pipe to other materials. And again, just another spot solidifying that, PVC and ABS is really the only two materials that are allowed to be glued together. And from chapter 3, the only place you can do it and here is in 7059. And the only spot is that one joint between the building drain and the building sewer. So it's just kind of a backup there for all that the other amendment. This was a IAPMO UPC 2024. It was amendment 179. They approved it because they approved the other one as well. So any comment on this one?
I'm good with it.
Okay, move forward. Any fiscal impact?
No, there's not really a change in the code, so.
Oh, thank you. All right. Now we get into some meat and potatoes. We all know there's been some challenges out there since the last code cycle change. There's several proposals that I think we can don't throw rotten tomatoes at me, but we can bundle together using the insurance term. So, 29 and 30 specifically, we can bundle together. They're both the same proponent, submitted them. And there's two renditions of kind of what they thought you could go either way. And industry has been very reluctant with the 5-foot rule. How we've been communicating this to the industry when this came out is most likely you were not complying with 707.9 before this anyways, for your clearances all the way to a clean out in a crawl space. So whether it's 5 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, it doesn't change the additional requirements in here to have 18 by 30 inches of clearance all the way to the clean out when it's in a crawl space. But there has been some pushback. There's been some different interpretations from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, different allowances from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So here's a couple of proposals from the JATC Area 1 class for your consideration to look at and see if they make sense. Number 29, which is proposal 5, takes what, and Laura's got it up there for you, takes out the whole requirement for no underfloor cleanout shall be located exceeding 5 feet. And it just, goes back to the original language that we currently have in there. And really starts at cleanouts in underfloor piping shall be extended to or above finished floor, or shall be extended outside the building where there is less than 18 inches vertical overall, allowing for obstruction such as ducts and piping, and 30 inches horizontal clearance from the means of access to the cleanout. So, I mean, that kind of addresses that initial point that I was making. That has never been met. People just usually put them within 20 feet when we had the 20 feet rule. Now you can't really put them within 5 feet, because the system's throughout the crawl space. So here's one rendition where you just eliminate the 5 feet altogether. And now that actually says if you do put it underneath the crawl space, you have to have this 18 by 30 inches, and there is no minimum or maximum distance from the crawl space. And then if you want to bring up the second one, Laura, please. This one here leaves the 5-foot rule in there, but then also adds if the access requirements of this section are not met. So it just bumps you back up to the 18 to 30. And if you can't meet that, then you have to be within the 5-foot rule. So it's leaving the 5-foot rule in there. If you can't meet it, you can still have it underneath the crawl space, but it needs to be within 5 feet. Or the other one takes out any distance limitations or maximums and just says you have to meet this 18 by 30 inches. Comments?
I like the second one. For the fact that, in new construction, remodeling, whatever the case, sometimes you are, in a position where the existing clean out in the existing pipe path can be modified, but only in a way where that 5-foot thing is really going to work best for you. Okay, so I like having that option.
So you like this language here? Okay. Any other comments?
Andy, what was the language and maybe was it the 17?
17 was just the 20 feet.
Okay. Sorry, Richard had his hand up before
Okay, I don't see anybody's hands right now. So
Richard's is up.
Rick, I mean.
Yeah. So I'm gonna date myself here a little bit, but way back in the 80s when I first started, I was a drain cleaner. And you know, one of the things, has always been a kind of a bone of contention with a lot of plumbers, is that those clean outs never get used. And so they were, you know, a lot of them were satisfied with the 20-foot rule once it became a 5-foot rule, that really kind of stuck in their craw, because it really changed the way they had to design systems to try and meet that stringent number. I've always been a fan of moving cleanouts, you know, above the floor. But I think that the 20-foot rule at the previous code cycle worked just fine for something that really doesn't get used very often. Those cleanouts just don't get opened up. People don't drag equipment under there to use cleanouts.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know, as a business owner years ago and as an installer, if I went out on drain cleaning, you know, and that's why too, there for a while, we had that Oregon amendment that allowed in residential removable traps because of this whole clean out issue. And then of course that was voted out. I think it was the 2014 code edition. So yeah, it's always been one of those rules, but here's my thoughts. Having a requirement in the code simply just to bypass something that's not being utilized doesn't make sense to me. I think by having some of this, you know, either one of these languages I think works. I actually like keeping the 5-foot rule in there, but allowing, you know, or clarifying that you have to meet the 18 by 30 because nobody's ever really looked at that. You know, just for purposes of conversation, there's nothing in here that gives us a maximum depth of the crawl space. And here in Oregon, I've been underneath houses that were 14 feet. You know, so I don't think there's a permanent fix for any of this, but I think, you know, having some additional language in here that really focuses on what the requirements are. So the inspectors out there and the trainers out there can say, hey, you know, yeah, you can put it in the crawl space, but you have to meet these clearances. And I don't think that's ever really been communicated. So this one here still allows the 5-foot rule if you can't meet the 18 by 30 inch clearance, which, you know, if you can't meet that, it ain't going to matter if it's 20 feet back there. Why put it in there if you can't get to it? Simply to satisfy the code. So, you know, I kind of personally like this one, but, you know, it is definitely up to the committee and for discussion. So, Rick, you got another comment, and then I'll get to you, Aaron.
Yeah, I just, you know, a lot of guys are, you know, negating that upper terminal cleanout anyway by the use of a two-way cleanout, as long as they have, you know, not too much depth out front where they need to put that in. So that kind of helps out a little bit too with that 5-foot.
Okay, Aaron?
I frankly like the second language, including the 5 feet. It just provides some, frankly, it provides some flexibility for some of the commercial projects I've worked on that we need clean out accessible, but we don't necessarily want to bring it to floor level, and gives us some ability to put some access door in for if we can't meet those requirements, but it's still, you know, I thankfully haven't had to deal with cleaning out something that's in a crawl space. I applaud those on this phone call that have, but certainly if an issue comes up, we want to make sure that that issue can be addressed with, you know, appropriate access. So I feel like the second one gives flexibility in particular on existing commercial projects.
Okay, thank you. Curtis?
Yeah, I agree. I like the second one and just wanted to make note that I'm looking at the UPC version and it has the 5 foot in it. So in line of trying to keep some of the same wordage so we can, especially for clean outs with the illustrations they give in the UPC illustrated code book, I think it's real important to try and hang on to some of that UPC language. And the second one hangs on to the UPC language, but makes it a little more flexible, like everybody's saying. So I like it for that reason.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and again, it also just, you know, solidifies that, hey, you have to meet, you can put it further now, but you have to meet the accessibility requirements. So it gives a lot more flexibility, or you can put it 30 feet underneath the crawl space as long as you got 18 by 30 inches of clearance all the way to it. Now it's up to, you know, the individual doing the service work, whether they want to crawl or not, or pull the toilet or do whatever, that's up to them. But at least we do have accessibility. We do have more flexibility in that distance, as long as we have, you know, clearance to it. So, okay. Any other comments? All in favor of moving the first one forward? Yes, no, no. I got to make sure I get both of them here. That would be number 29. So we got, I had my head down, so I didn't see anybody online.
No for me on the first one.
20. Okay. The second one that we were just had up there, all in favor of moving that one forward then? I just wanted to make sure we voted on both of them, you know, just to keep it. Okay, any fiscal impact on either?
From what I've heard from the installers, I think it would be a cost savings because they're not having to spend the extra money with fittings, running it above the floor, or getting it back to within 5 feet of the crawl space.
Okay, so a savings. Any other comments? Everybody okay with that? Okay. We like saving money. Thank you.
Giving the houses away for free before.
All right, number 31 is a proposal from a proponent here in Oregon, and it's relative to section 710.4. So Laura, give her a minute to bring it up. So while everybody's kind of reading through that, I do want to just remind also that for this particular code section, there is an interpretation that is on our website that is current right now that addresses what types of materials and also kind of addresses the connection to the tank. If it's a manufactured unit, does not have to be pressure rated. Because some of the manufactured units come with the check valve and even the gate valve or ball valve, and they connect to the unit with like a Fernco. So this interp addresses that, and it states that the discharge line for the ejector pump or other mechanical device must be constructed of piping and fittings that are constructed from stainless steel, PVC, copper, ductile iron, CPVC, brass, galvanized, PE or PP or other materials approved for use by the plumbing board and are pressure rated. That kind of gives a lot of different types of materials in this standard, but it also talks about those fittings happen to be pressure rated. So I just kind of want to point that out before we get into discussion on the discharge line proposal. Everybody's had some time to read it. Any comments? Okay. Here, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I don't have a problem with this at all, and it's just a clarification to keep us on track where the intent of the code, I believe, is trying to lead us.
Okay.
Agreed.
Here's just one other thing for consideration. And, you know, from the interp, we're allowing, you know, a variety of materials if they're pressure rated to be utilized for pump discharge systems. You know, one of them that's not specifically addressed in here, but could possibly be used is PEX. One of the things about PEX, though, is we have reduction in the fittings. So, and I'm sure with other PE products and PP products, we're going to have the same issues as well. This interp does address full weight type, no restriction, which would address some of those other types of materials that are approved through the statewide alternate method and their joining methods. So I think that kind of, in my opinion, it kind of aligns. Any other comments? Move forward. Couple thumbs up in here. Thumbs up out there. Okay, fiscal impact. Okay, no fiscal impact. Thank you. Number 32. This one came from the 2024 UPC proposal. Adds a new IGC standard for deep backwater valves with liftable and retractable center sections. So there's this new standard that IAPMO wrote for those, and some of the manufacturers for those deep ones that can still be, you know, because we know in our backwater valve requirement, they have to be accessible. And sometimes we have a sewer that's deeper, and there have been those removable ones out there. I don't know if there was another standard to them. I never really researched it because they really weren't used too much, but here's a new standard for those deep ones. Any comments? Move forward. Okay.
I don't think there's any fiscal issues with it.
No fiscal impact. Number 33 is just a housekeeping. It kind of got missed in the last one. And it's just switching a 2 foot to 5 foot in table 721. now. So table 721 is just our distances from sewers from buildings. And then, of course, we all kind of know the 5-foot rule comes out of the ORS 701348 language. And so that's just, again, some housekeeping stuff there. Everybody good with that one?
Yep, and no fiscal impact
Okay.
that I see.
Wow, we're on the last page. Or is over there either getting ready to throw something at me or I don't know. All right, number 34. We have a proposal from a proponent here in Oregon. It's number 8. So this one here addresses an Oregon amendment. So table 1006.0 floor drains. This is again a section that allows these types of floor drains or similar drains to be ran to a vented line. And I think the proponent's explanation here is to get it to align with the other tables that tell us that a trap arm has to maintain 1/4 inch per foot. Any comments? So if like you go back to table 1002.2, says maintain 1/4 inch per foot. Again, that's just kind of down in the footnote, just kind of aligning with that table.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, any other comments?
My only concern is on a deep, if you're doing a really deep installation for a groundwork and you're having to come up to install a floor sink or something, it kind of makes it hard to do without adding an additional vent. And also these fixtures are primed. So just a couple of things to consider.
Yeah, and that's great, Matt, because I was hoping somebody would kind of bring that up. There's another kind of a tie-in issue here when it comes to these systems, and there's been what I like to call kind of an industry standard. This section 1006.2 is, like I said, an Oregon amendment, and it's specific to a certain type of fixture that is not independently vented. Now, that same scenario, Matt, that you're talking about, there's no language in here that allows that. But what has been happening out in the industry is section 910, which is our combination waste and vent, has been utilized to allow in 1006 those connections to a vented line to go up at a 45-degree angle. And if you look in the illustrated training manual for the section 910, that's where it gives you that allowance, but it's only in a combination waste and vent. But now it has been happening and been allowed, in the 1006 application, because the 1006 is not a combination or a continuous waste and vent system or a combination waste and vent system. So that is something to think about, and now that we're having that discussion, do we want to continue to allow those to go up like they do in the combination waste and vent? Or if we put the 1/4 inch in there, that's going to solidify that you can no longer do that in these types of systems and only in section 910. So something to consider. And again, knowing that it is already allowed out there. And I mean, some of you that are out doing inspections or installations can either confirm or deny that, but this is really going to either stop what's currently going on, you know, if we move it forward, or we put something in there that the 1/4 inch per foot is maybe past the offset of a 45-degree angle. That's, you know, something to consider.
Yeah, I know we had concerns, you know, years ago. It's been a long time since I've installed, but does it create an S trap if you have your trap and then you have a 45 right after that? You know, should there be a distance between the trap and the 45-degree offset? But, you know, I think somebody else who's in the field or designing should probably comment on this more than me.
Well, here's the other thing to consider real quick too, is these are different systems than 910 because of the exception that's in 1006. And that exception is not a primed trap, or can be allowed not to be a prime trap. But then what does it say? It says it has to have its own vent. So it kind of takes care of it. But I just want to make sure that everybody's, you know, because this is such a unique section in the code and it has been interpreted so many different ways. I want to make sure that everybody's, you know, kind of understanding what's happening out there in the industry, what the code allowances are. And there's one more I want to throw in there. Two, there was some conversation about possibly defining what a vented line is, because there's confusion out there. Is a vented line a line upstream that goes upstairs? Is a vented line 60 feet away? And the main question was, you know, the ones that are going upstairs, is that considered a vented line? And then, you know, those are things that have been brought up in conversations like at the chiefs meetings and other conversations I've had. So defining a vented line, you know, maybe has that vent has to be on the same floor, you know, is a consideration. I think we can lump all these together, or we leave it as it is. And, you know, if you move the 1/4 inch forward, they can't offset anymore. The vented line is what it is. It's explained out there in industry how it's explained. Or we put the 1/4 inch in there and, you know, we talk about the vented line or leave it alone. I mean, there's a lot of options. I think it's just a good opportunity to look at this Oregon amendment and maybe address some of these other issues that are out there in the industry. So, Rick.
So yeah, the floor drain, the way we're seeing it installed is more on the combination waste and vent side. And this is one of those things when I first saw it, was looking at it before we had our meeting, that are we changing it for the sake of changing it, or is it really an issue that's out there that we're needing to solve? The floor drains, you know, typically don't get used a lot. And I think the systems we've been installing them this way for, gosh, as long as when I was an apprentice years ago. I think, you know, nothing has really changed with these things. And I don't really know that we need to switch it up now and add that in. That's just my feeling on it.
Okay. Any other comments? Curtis?
Yeah, and so I kind of agree with that, but getting back to section 9, where we're able to use the 45-degree offset and the trap arm distance between the trap and the 45s, So I do know that inspectors that I had whenever we did that, they explained it to me as, I want to see at least 2 feet. If you can do it, I want to see 2 feet. I want to get that water to lay down before it hits the 245s to get air movement through the 45s up to the trap arm again. And so there was a little science to all that that was explained to me years ago that I always followed through with. And to this day, I preach that. You're going to do this, you know, in the old, trap arm twice the diameter of the piping. And so if it's a 3-inch trap arm, that means it's only 6 inches. And that may not be enough room to get the water to lay down properly to get that airflow. So, you know, I may be a little off topic here, but you did talk about, should we define? And so that was just, thought I'd throw that out there.
Okay, yeah, and the defining part was what is a vented line,
Mhm,
more so for the table in 1002,
mhm.
in section 1006.
And I agree, what you said on that,
1006, sorry.
I know what that means, but I can see how that could be easily misinterpreted.
Yeah.
And it's hard when we've been trained and we get it, but then I understand the plights of you and the inspectors out there. And I agree that should get, if there is some, it isn't clear and defined, we should do that.
Okay, so that's really more towards section 910 and defining that horizontal connection, which if we allow that in 1006, you know, would be helpful there. Here's the thing, just Curtis, to kind of answer back to that. In both 910 and 1006, and Terry came out with this informal interpretation many years ago, because these traps are primed, they have the emergency ability to maintain seal. And so the airflow, that's why the double 45, he was saying, like in 1006 is okay. The airflow is not as critical. The laying down of the water is not as critical, because once it does finally settle down, if it does, you know, retrieve or eliminate an inch out of the 2-inch minimum seal, we're still going to replenish that with the primer. So he never thought it was too much of an issue about that connection length because of the primer. Now, if they weren't primed, then yeah, that would be a different subject.
Well, that's very well said.
So I guess, you know, to kind of just condense this, the proposal, if approved moving forward, would no longer in 1006 allow that 45-degree offset that has been an industry standard. There's nowhere in 1006 that says you can do it. It's only in 910. If we leave it as is, then, you know, what jurisdictions have been doing is allowing that from 910. If we do not insert the 1/4 inch per foot, maybe insert some language in the bottom of that as another footnote, allowing the 910 change in direction with 245s for clarity moving forward. Again, it's a good opportunity right now to look at this Oregon amendment and, you know, see what works and what doesn't work compared to what industry is doing. Then the other piece of it on the vented line, I just threw that in there. I think really that's more of just kind of food for thought, but I think if we get down to changing something here on the 1/4 inch per foot, or maybe some additional language on the double 45 offset, then I think the rest of it can come out in another interpretation or clarification or conversation with the chiefs moving forward. It really didn't give everybody here time to vet it. We don't have any information on that. I just kind of was bundling them again. So, yeah.
Just out of curiosity, do you have any more feedback from Brad as he wrote this up? Was there something in particular that, you know, he had in mind in creating this, knowing what we're discussing right now?
To be truthful, I have not talked to Brad specifically about his proposal. I was, I guess, thinking that most of the proponents would either log on or come down live to discuss why. So I think what I gathered based on what was written is that it was just to kind of bring it in to alignment with the other table that's in chapter 10. Because if you read through the proposal, describe concept, purpose, a code change that require the use of, that's the wrong one. You get to the right one. It's number 8. Yeah, so see, it just the line trap elevation was section 905 and table 1002.4, and the 1002.4 is the one that I mentioned earlier. And so he was just trying to align with that table. But again, I think these are different systems, and we've been allowing them to be offset. So again, if the committee moves it forward, then no longer offsetting those lines will be allowed. Any other comments?
I just, I agree with his comments, in number 2, where if you do have a fixture that's dumping, 30 GPM, yeah, you could be a candidate for siphoning that trap with that. Brad, sharp guy, and I agree with that part of it. I just think there's some installation things in the field that we see that, it's nice to have the option to be able to approve those being at something other than a 1/4 inch per foot with the offsets. So
Right. For these types of specific 1006 related installations, yeah. Any other comments? Okay, well, then I will ask, as far as the proposal goes, do we want to move it forward?
I don't know if we should, because it might, create other heartaches. And I think we'd have to create more language if we were to do it.
Okay.
I'm torn on this, but so I said at the very beginning, I agree with this, but after hearing everybody, which is why we have a committee, I'm gonna do an about face and probably you're correct. If we want to dig into this, we can't just fix one thing without getting into some other proponent, fix the rest. So I'm going to pump the brakes on my first comment that I agree with, 1/4 inch of the foot, and maybe keeping it the way it is right now. And I'm not opposed to taking a look at making it more defined on what is a vented drain.
Okay. Rick?
Yeah, just real quick. I just, the biggest complaint I get in the field from the plumbers is why was something changed that we've been using successfully for a long time? And I guess that's the only thing I want to make sure I say to everybody is that, really thinking about some of that stuff that, yeah, there may be a reason for it, but are we really solving an issue that's out there that needs to be solved? Or are things working properly the way they are now? So just that was it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
with respect to Brad, I kind of feel like we just keep it the way it is.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and kind of make a decision. Do we move it forward? 2 no's, 3 no's, 4 no's. Okay. So we're not going to move it forward. There's no, I'll kind of answer this one since we're not changing anything. There's no fiscal impact. And I kind of agree with what Curtis said, you know, with all these other things that we talked about, the vented line, you know, possibly maybe putting some language in there about the offsets, things like that. Might be a better discussion at another time, and get some more feedback from the industry before we start going in there and changing 1006. But, you know, 1006 is an Oregon amendment, so it is one that it has no UPC language in it. So, but okay, with that said, that one's gone. All right, number 35. Number 35 is a proposal from a proponent. It addresses section 1014.2 and then or 1014.323. I guess it just depends on where you want to put it. Kind of adding a section. So this one here, the request on the proposal is to require that a two-way clean out fitting or test tee adjacent to the effluent side of any hydromechanical grease interceptor comply with the clean out extension requirements in 707.4, exception for the purposes of periodic effluent quality inspection or sampling. So I just kind of wanted to point out one thing first before we start maybe having some conversation here. Section 1014.3.5 is in our gravity grease interceptor piece. And it has language in there currently that says it is recommended that a sample box is located at the outlet end of the gravity grease interceptor. So we have that sample box language, which is kind of what they're talking about here, sampling the effluent, fitting to sample the effluent on hydromechanical. And now they're wanting a requirement that if those are installed with a two-way clean out, that they meet the maximum depth requirements basically of 707.4. Now, there's nothing in the hydromechanical language that says is recommended at all. So currently between hydromechanical and mechanical, it is an option. I know a lot of municipalities are going through and requiring it for them because it's not a plumbing issue. It's a maintenance issue. And so I think we should be careful putting a requirement in here for something that is a maintenance issue when we've made it clear that maintenance is not plumbing. But here's something to consider. If, like we have in here, it is recommended that a sample box is installed. If a sample box was installed with a two-way clean out, it shall comply with section 707.4. You know, I don't know if we could get there another way because a two-way clean out in section 707.4 is only allowed in one location in a plumbing system. So we'd be going against this code section there. It really, you know, to me, it comes down to a local jurisdiction acceptance as an alternate if a two-way is put downstream of a hydromechanical, or a gravity grease interceptor. It just says in our code sample box, it doesn't say two-way, but I think that's typically what they like to see. Because they can see both sides of that fitting. So, you know, again, not putting in something that regulates maintenance. We've always tried to stay away from, because maintenance isn't plumbing. And then going to put in something that requires the maximum distance in another section of code, but doesn't require that fitting to be put in that place, is kind of contradicting as well. So, you know, I'm not opposed to putting something in there, but we just need to think about it kind of closely to make sure that we're not requiring or allowing something that conflicts with another code section. So with that said, I'll kind of open it up for comment. Rick, you got a comment?
Yeah, you know, as someone who used to do this type of work, again, this is to me, when I read it, inspection and sampling wasn't really what popped into my head. It was ease of cleaning, and it was 100% a maintenance issue. And as nice as it is to have more two-way cleanouts in those systems for maintenance, it's not always practical. And I agree, we have to be careful about the language we put in there.
Yeah, because again, it would be in conflict with 707.4, where it says that if a two-way clean out is used, it's used at the junction between building drain and the building sewer. You just can't put it anywhere else in the system. Any other comments?
I got one, Andy.
Okay, Curtis.
So I've done service part of my career, and so I get what a two-way clean out is, and it says on our memo or whatever you call it, that it can only be 3 feet with no offset and everything. But still, again, that limits it dramatically. 3 feet really doesn't go very far, especially when we're going to be putting all these below grade now, food establishments. And so instead of getting out there too far, I think that that's a pretty general requirement, that we have too many situations out there that it wouldn't fit every situation, and our code's going to make it fit every situation. For one, having a two-way clean out and being a long riser on it, there's an opportunity to get that cable or jetter to go the wrong direction and go back into the hydromechanical, and that creates quite a problem. Trust me, I know. So that would be one situation. Now, also, Andy, are we not required to have a clean out on the outlet side, but it doesn't need to be a two-way?
It would not be allowed to be a two-way based on the
Yeah.
language in 707.4.
Yeah,
Because it's not between the building drain and the building sewer.
yeah.
Now, again, a local jurisdiction could allow one to be put there.
Mhm.
And to kind of really answer your question, yeah, it's up to the manufacturer's installation for the clean out on the outlet side too.
Because also, if you're going to be needing to use that, which a clean out on the outlet side is, so if the drain plugs up, you can't go through the interceptor, you're going to need a new end of the run clean out. And when you need that as a drain cleaner, that's because it's plugged. And when you pull the clean out cover, you're going to have standing water down there, and you aren't even going to be able to see which direction your cable machine or jetter is going to be going.
Mhm.
And there's an assumption that it's going to be a combi pipe fitting down there where it's going to allow that cable to go downstream.
In order to meet code, yeah. I mean, in section 1014, there's no place that I see that a clean out is required downstream of any interceptor. Now, an interceptor through the manufacturer's installation instructions a lot of times has a clean out downstream. So you can clean out downstream of the interceptor itself. What this proponent is proposing really is for a sampling access, not necessarily for a clean out.
But how would the drain cleaner know that?
The drain cleaner is not going to know that. And they're wanting the mandate kind of to be folded in with to require a two-way there, and then that two-way cannot be any deeper than 3 feet. Again, we have language that doesn't require the sampling box, and that's what they call them, as a sampling box. It's in our code and in that section 1014.3.5. If we move this forward, we're contradicting 707.4 because it says you can't put a two-way anywhere else other than one spot. If an installer wants to put a clean out there for additional cleaning purposes, or because the manufacturer says you need one there, and then the local jurisdiction says, well, why don't you put in a two-way? We'll approve that because it's an alternate method, and the local jurisdiction would like a sampling access, then you could do that. And then you could say, as an alternate method, we're not going to allow it to be any deeper than 3 feet. You already have that pathway there. If we put it in code, again, it's the purpose of this proposal is for a sampling box, not for a cleanup, technically. And then it's requiring conflict with another part of the code. I don't know if that's helpful. It's kind of a complex one because, you know, we think in on our side of it, we think, well, it's just another clean out. I mean, more clean outs is better, but that's not the purpose or intent of proposal. It's for sampling.
Right, but, and again, I'm not arguing with you, but I'm trying to paint a scenario. So I've got a floor clean out cover at a restaurant and it's plugged up and I don't know it's a two-way, and I've got my Spartan 10006 big dog. I'm gonna go get that grease plug and and I've got a restaurant that's full of people, high pressure situation. And next thing you know, my cable's going upstream right into the hydromechanical, getting all coiled up in there.
And that would be because
there was a two-way clean out down there and I didn't know which direction it was going. Cause I had
what if it's
water,
only 2 feet deep?
but what if the water's and it's groundwater right up to the clean out
Okay.
cover? And I'm just painting a scenario. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, so kind of what I'm capturing then, if a local jurisdiction allowed it as an alternate method, it's still problematic to the service
Mhm,
plumber out there
mhm.
because of the two-way there. But you know it can be a two-way at the building. That's the reason the code only allows it at the building.
Mhm.
If this, let's say this got moved forward, then what I'm again hearing from you, a suggestion would be some sort of identification,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
Okay. What I was trying to articulate was that currently the code does not allow a two-way anywhere else.
And as a drain cleaner, I would say, why
Why
is that
that's in the
here?
code.
That was
If a local jurisdiction wanted to allow it as an alternate method, now they've got the flexibility to say, okay, we'll allow this two-way clean out here. You're going to, you know, maintain no more than 3 feet. And because a two-way clean out is not allowed anywhere else in the system, we want it identified. They have that flexibility as an alternate method.
Mhm, mhm.
So it would kind of, you know, address your concerns or, you know, the service technician's concerns, because currently the code, it's only in one spot. And then now they would know. So really, you know, to me, it still comes down to an alternate method that should be addressed at the local level, depending on what their utility wants. And then if it doesn't comply with the plumbing code because it's a two-way clean out, now it's an alternate method. Now we're going to require some additional things here like signage, or you can't be more than 2 feet deep or 3 feet deep or whatever they want to do as an alternate method. But great concerns.
Yeah. And that, trust me, it's Fred Meyer's. I served Fred Meyer's and I seen you were happy it wasn't. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, I just see a problem. And back to what Richard said is if it's been working for so long and then we go and change it, then the plumbers are wondering, why did we make that change? But I get the sampling portion, I do. And, how do we police it? And we gotta pull and see what the pH level is. And I get all that,
But that's not a plumbing code requirement.
no, and nor is it's probably in reality, and looks like Matt's got his hand up, but it's probably only a very small percentage that they're even wanting to look at that, wanting to go out and sample in reality.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Matt?
I'm with you, Andy. I think it should be a local option if they want to do that because, the jurisdiction next door may want an actual sampling, point instead of a two-way clean out. So I think it's up to the needs of the jurisdiction and how they want to do that.
Thank you.
More importantly, it conflicts with current code.
Any other comments? Okay. Do we want to move this proposal forward? Two no's in-house. Matt shaking his head. Rick saying no. We lost Aaron for a moment. Okay, but that's unanimous, well, not unanimous, but majority. So no, and since it's not being moved forward, there's no fiscal impact. Okay. Number 36. Now, I guess before we get into that, I'm just kind of going through. I know we had everybody scheduled for 3:30. I can't guarantee what the time frame would be to finish up, but I'm sure it's going to go past 3:30. So I'm going to leave it up to the committee. Do we want to continue on and get this completed? Or do we want to come back on the 21st for, again, I can't, tell you how long it'll be. I'm sure looking at everything here, we've got two more proposals, and those are the things that are the longest discussion is proposals. So we have the next two, 36, 37 are both proposals. They're on storm systems. And then the rest, Chapter 13, number 38 is just adding some additional language, for dental facilities. And then the others are IAPMO proposals. Then we got statewide code interpretations. We've already taken care of one. So we've only got two to do there. And then there's nothing on the SAM. So with that said, does everybody want to continue on? Rick, you got your hand up.
My vote would be for a shorter meeting next time, but if everybody wants to stay late, I'll stay late. But that would be my vote.
I mean, if I was to guess, I would guess we could probably get it done in less than an hour. Matt?
I would love to stay and get it done, but I have a meeting at 3:30 and another one at 4 that I have to be at. So.
Okay.
But I'm not, if everyone else wants to stay and do it, I'm good with that too. So.
Well, I guess let's see how far we get till 3:30 and we can make that decision at that point. Again, it's not a vote, so not everybody has to be here. You do have another opportunity at the board meeting to, have some discussion if there's something that you missed. And we did have that one that we tabled as well. So we might run over a little bit more, but let's see what we can do. So we'll just keep continuing on. And it was correct 3:30 or that you had a scheduled till? Oh, I thought you had a 3:30 number on there that I saw. You just said, hey, till midnight, huh? Okay, so the room's booked till 3:30. Okay. All right. Well, let's look at number 36. It's a proposal from an organ proponent. So they are wanting to create a 2-foot demarcation on storm sewers versus storm drain. That is number 10. So I'll let everybody kind of read through that and while you're doing that, I think I'll just kind of maybe go through what happened at the last code cycle and kind of bring you back up to speed. So this particular section at the last code cycle was amended by the committee to really to allow medium turn 90s in the storm sewer part. Because before the last code cycle, medium turn 90s were allowed inside, but they weren't allowed outside. And then storm sewer directed you to 719 for everything. And the storm drainage around the building, everybody was using medium turns, but it really was not allowed. So at the last code cycle, to be consistent, and we're talking stormwater here, and medium turns are allowed inside the building even prior to the last code cycle. The committee changed everything to where it's across the board. Medium turn 90s are allowed in the storm sewer, in the storm drainage around the building, and also already they were allowed inside the building. I think, and this is just my read on here, I think part of this change here to have this 2-foot demarcation is to go back requiring long or sweep fittings in the storm sewer, but still allowing them around the building. Here's the reason why it went to medium turns as well, for not just around the building, but also for the sewer itself, because of the types of materials that were allowed or are allowed. CPE, for example, is allowed not only around the building, but in the storm sewer itself. And you cannot get, with the research that I've done, or we have done, we have not seen that you can get a sweep fitting in a CPE material. So if somebody's using CPE and this is again why we changed it last time, and you have a requirement for long-term fitting, we have a problem. Now you can't use CPE even though it's approved. So that was some of the reasoning behind the code change before. I just kind of wanted to give you the history there of the code change and then let you read through this and give some feedback and kind of make a decision what you want to do moving forward. And I think really, 37, we could tie into that. It says prohibit the use of short-term fittings in the storm sewer system. That's part of that explanation. It would just kind of 2-foot demarcation, long-term fittings downstream.
So unless you were going to change the approved material list, there would be no guarantee that you could satisfy this item 37, because you could never get a long-term fitting.
That's from our research. That's correct. I mean, there might be some manufacturer out there making a long-term fitting. what else is allowed in storm drainage is concrete. They also allow saddling on our storm systems. That's in the code. Again, that was the reasoning behind the discussion at the last code cycle. We allow medium turns inside. We've done it for many code cycles. Everybody in the industry is putting them on the outside, especially in the residential applications. And even a lot of the larger SDR 35 stuff, when you get to 8-inch and 10-inch, is all sanitary medium turn fittings. So again, there was some conflict there. We were trying to eliminate that conflict between approved materials and suite fittings by allowing it everywhere in the system. So these two proposals would go back to requiring long-term fittings only in the storm sewer itself, that retain the medium turns around the building and retain the medium turns in the building. And that's both 36 and 37.
As far as impacts, that's actually puts a pretty big impact on the supply in the warehouse industry. Would it not, that are stocking CPE? And I guess I'm gonna have a little challenge here. So you're saying that the CPE can't, and can we use that on the sanitary sewers as well?
We're only talking storm.
I know, but are we?
No, this has nothing to do with sanitary. Sanitary is not allowed to use CPE.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Then I'm just trying to clarify in my mind. It's like, wait a minute. Why are they making a product because we have to use long sweep on the sanitary?
Correct.
And that's what it caught me while I was thinking, huh? But storm, let me ask this to the committee, and I see Matt's hands up and Richard, and those two, are we having a problem with medium sweep on the storm sewers?
It's just been since the last code cycle that it's been allowed.
Okay.
So I kind of wanted to bring that up. So let's hit Matt because he's on a time crunch here. Matt, what you got?
Well, Richard was ahead of me if you wanted to say something. So I was just curious, how many, are we seeing a lot of installations with the CPE? I haven't really seen any, not that I'm out in the field much, but I'm just curious, what volume of use is out there.
Right. My experience has been for the sewer itself, I've only seen it on larger commercial projects because of the cost. And you'll see it go out to the retention pond or, to a bubbler or something like that.
Mhm.
I have not seen it, and I'm not out in the field as much as I used to be, of course, but I have not seen it used so much on residential. But if we make a requirement in here, it applies to residential and commercial.
Right.
Okay. Rick.
I accidentally left my hand up. Sorry about that, but I don't have an issue with either one of these.
Any other comments?
I'm just going to say from, just code perspective and everything, it does seem odd that we allow medium turn on a storm sewer. Seems like they would be, long sweep fittings just for, consistency with the sanitary sewers, but I don't know, that's my perspective.
Okay. So any other comments?
So when you talk about the bigger commercial jobs using a product that is less expensive, there is some discussion, I guess, of cost impacts. I have no idea of how significant that would be. But if in fact this was to move forward, would you then be in a spot where you would have to make any adjustments to the approved materials? Or would this just eliminate in one's mind the method or the materials used in the installation?
Well, it would definitely limit the application of those materials that you could not get a sweep fitting for. You would be running straight from, let's say, catch basin to catch basin, or straight from the last catch basin out to the retention pond. You would have no change of direction in there, unless maybe a couple of 45s or something. So,
Which you could do.
yeah, so it would not eliminate the approved materials. It would just, kind of change how the design would be based on the material and the availability of sweep fittings. The other thing, if we do move it forward, we'll have to go into probably into the definitions and define that 2 feet is the change between building drain and building sewer for storm purposes. And it used to be, I mean, those of us that have been around a long time, we used to have the 2-foot rule for storm in there a long time ago. But kind of industry has changed that and the code has changed as well. And that's been for several cycles. There's no demarcation on water service. The change of water service piping is right outside the foundation. The only reason the 5-foot rule is in there for the sanitary is 1, for material differences, and 2, for licensing exemptions. When it comes to storm drainage, the licensing exemptions goes all the way up to and around the building. So that's the reason for that demarcation on the sanitary. The only purpose now would be to define that now the sewer itself has to be long-term fittings, and then everything else upstream of that could be medium-term fittings.
The reality is what you had just said is getting back to the 45s, they can still use the same material, just use 45s. And I think we're getting back to where probably should be is again, back to drain cleaning people. Their jetters and everything and trying to get it. And I don't think that's a problem with big storm sewer pipes, but again, that's one of the reasons we like long sweeps is for drain cleaning purposes as well. And we force them, if they want to use that material, using 2 45s in lieu of a regular bend 90 is not the end of the world.
No, it just changes your design criteria,
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
So, any other comments? Yeah, Rick.
Yeah, and I guess we do have I would agree with you on that. The demarcation line should be the same as the sanitary sewer, because really that's the only place we have is doesn't have to be a plumber outside the building, but the storm sewer inside, the storm drain inside the building has to be done by a plumber. So I guess it's the same, I guess that'd be the same question is why would one be 2 foot and one be 5 foot?
Okay.
Yeah.
So on the sanitary sewer, an unlicensed plumber cannot work within that 5 foot of linear piping exiting the building.
That's right.
On the storm, they can. An unlicensed plumber can work on that 5 foot by the building and even up next to the building and around the building. That's the difference. There's a clarification that came out not just last year, that talks about that licensing exemption, talks about the 5 foot rule, and then also solidifies that now sewer installers moving forward have to have a plumbing business license because they are plumbing. but do not have to have the journeyman plumber's license, but they cannot do work in that 5-foot range between the building and out of the building.
And I probably have more commercial stuff in my head than the residential side too, when I'm thinking about that, so.
And
You
it's,
know, a line coming in and going up 3 floors, you know, that's gonna be completely different, so.
you know, whether it's 2 foot or 5 foot here, I think that really the distinction is to say, okay, from this point on, it's long turn fittings. From this point back, it can still be medium turn fittings. Does that change at 2 foot or 5 foot or 1 foot? I believe the 2 foot rule, and I'm speaking for most of these proponents today, you know, just came from, you know, old language. So we good on comments then? So let's, do we want to move these two? We'll just lump them together. Do we want to move both 36 and 37 forward? Okay.
Yeah.
2 I do's or yeses. We have a yes from Aaron. We have a yes from Rick. Matt is on the phone. That's enough.
There, he put his thumb up.
Okay, so fiscal impact. Long-term fittings versus short-term fittings.
Yeah.
Minimal? Everybody agree with minimal? Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll have to change the definition. It'll just be kind of a housekeeping thing to align with this. So we'll just insert 2 foot. Number 38 really is what we're going to do here. I'll just kind of give some back history here. In the last code cycle, the 2018 NFPA document added a chapter 15. And chapter 15 now is specifically dedicated to dental facilities. And dental facilities now fall underneath category 1, 2, and 3. Where before that, we had the 2012 NFPA document as organs document, and dental facilities was in all of it was in chapter 5, and we kind of really looked at all dental facilities as only a category 3. Since that change in the last code cycle, there's so much information in chapter 15. What we've done is we put a pointer in the 2021 that says for dental facilities, refer to chapter 15 in the NFPA 99 2018 document. What I'm going to do, what I'd like to do there, because there's been a little confusion, is just add a little bit of language there that says chapter 15 and those sections that are related to the piping installation. The problem we have with the NFPA document is it's not only piping installation, it's electrical installations, it's mechanical stuff, it's fire life safety stuff, it's structural stuff. So I'm just going to define it a little bit more. I'm not going to put all that information from chapter 15 into our chapter 13 yet. So that's all we're doing there, is just clarifying that, you know, only those sections relative in chapter 15 to the piping installation. Any comments? Okay, so do we want to move that forward? Fiscal? Nope, no fiscal impact. Okay. Number 39 is really just a cleanup. IAPMO had in the filter efficiencies for inlet filtrations on medical gas filters for concentrated units. They had 0.3 in there. they've changed that in the proposal to meet other filtration, align with other filtration requirements, and it's now 0.03, not just 0.3. That's the only change there. But I thought it was relevant to those that are doing medical gas systems, just to know that that change has been made. Any comment?
Looks like it's the opposite of that, where it's going from 0.03 to just 0.3.
I have it backwards. Thank you. Can we pull up the proposal real quick? I just want to verify before we go there. I mean the yeah, that was number 252 from IATMO. Okay. Okay, so yeah, it is changed in 0.3. Yeah, if you can't get it up, that's fine. Yep, thank you. Do we want to move that forward? Fiscal?
Taken at face value, it's probably a cost savings.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like there would be any fiscal, but
Yeah, it's a manufacturer thing. It's not ours.
Plumber.
Yeah.
0.03.
All right, number 40. This one in section 1314.5 is just adding 2 new line items covering additional valve requirements, threaded ports and working pressure meeting or exceeding relief valve. So again, in that section 1314.5, it's adding 2 line items. This is coming out of IATMO, and also it's actually coming out of the NFPA 2021 version, which we have not adopted yet. But since those requirements were the NFPA, I pulled them into chapter 13 for those that are out designing these systems to the most current NFPA document. So purge. Ports, resident side, just kind of gives us also an installation requirement here. It has to be on the patient side. And the source side. So any comments? Move it forward. Okay, thank you. Any fiscal impact? Minimal? Yeah, because there'll probably be additional gauges now. Previously, there was on certain valves, depending on the location in a med gas system, that was only required to have a port on one side. So now it'll be on both sides. So either a, additional plug or additional gauge or additional cap or something. So probably minimal.
It's minimal.
Okay. Number 41 just adds a CV rating table for vacuum valves. We already had one in there for standard med gas valves. And this is really just a manufacturer piece that it's a flow rating is what it is. And so in order for the engineer to design these systems, because it's designed through flow volume, they'll be looking at this stuff as well, but they added it. We already had one in there for the med gas side. So put the one in there for vacuum valves as well. Comment? None? We want to move it forward. Fiscal impact?
Actually,
Okay. Uh, 42 is just kind of a little bit of a housekeeping. In section 132314 adds a line. 132314 is for valving requirements. And so it just adds another line item that points you back to table 1305.1, which gives you the color designations for the types of gas. Aaron, do you do any medical gas design?
Yeah,
Some? Okay.
Yep.
All right, any discussion? Okay, any fiscal impact? Because it was already required for color designation on all medical gas systems.
Yep.
Okay. 43 was kind of it's the only one I kind of skipped over that it might be a little bit of a conversation. Chapter 16. And this kind of ties together with chapter 16 and really also Appendix K. Appendix K is your non-potable rainwater systems. But more so is more relevant to chapter 16. Chapter 16 in 1601.2 has two sections here for exemptions. And I didn't put the new language up here other than the plumber, but I wanted to have an additional conversation too, because there's some language here that has really already been identified as not plumbing. And I'll explain. In paren 1 under the exceptions, it says a registered design professional is not required to design rainwater catchment systems used for irrigation with a maximum storage capacity of 360 gallons. We've communicated this for many years that if you're capturing rainwater and you're dumping it into, let's say, a simple system like a 55-gallon drum and you're using it for irrigation only, it's not plumbing. If you're going to be capturing it into a system that is designed for a larger building and running it into a larger tank and only using it for irrigation purposes, then only a portion of that is plumbing. And it probably should be looked at no matter what size the tank is. So there's some inconsistencies here with the language here in regards to our statutory authority and the different types of systems that are out there and are going to be out there in the future. So whether we do something this code cycle or not, I'm just kind of, if there's a quick and easy, if somebody's got a quick, easy thought about that, we can talk about it now, but really the main one here is going back up to 1601.2 and also applying the term plumber in here along with the registered design professional. What we've done here in the plumbing code is a registered design professional is defined a little differently than it is in the structural code. And Aaron, you're probably familiar with this. In our definition of a registered design professional, I'll get there on chapter 2. It's an individual who is registered or licensed by the laws of the state to perform such design work in the jurisdiction. In the plumbing world, because we require installers licenses, that is a person that is licensed to install plumbing and design plumbing within the scope of the OPSC. Of course, again, in the structural world, it's a little bit different. So we've always looked at registered design professional as a plumber. But now as we get into these unique systems that we're having reclaimed water systems for potable use, there are a few companies out there that is their specialty for rainwater capturing systems for potable use and even non-potable use. And we've kind of grandfathered them in as well. So we're just trying to cover all bases here by putting plumber in here along with registered design professional to capture also those other entities that are out there. The exceptions, we don't have to get into that today. I was just kind of wanting to kind of pick everybody's brain if we had a little bit of time, but I know we're limited on time. We've been communicating that fairly well for now. So really what's on the table is just adding plumber at this point in time at 1601.2 to just capture some of those other organizations with that other additional definition of registered design professional.
So the other organizations you're talking about that specialize in these systems, adding plumber explicitly includes those other organizations?
Well, yeah, because currently, we have the definition that says licensed in the state. They are licensed not in the state, but through other organizations to do the type of work they do. And since we define it currently as a licensed plumber, it's hard to include a registered engineer and these other companies that are licensed through other entities to do this type of work because they're not specifically licensed in Oregon. So there is a little bit of a disconnect in some of that, but it just expands that to allow it. And IAPMO put that in there. So we followed it through to put it in ours based on how we interpret it. It's not clean and crisp, but it's a little different than the structural side. The only thing in the plumbing system that we have in rule or the code that requires engineering technically is medical gas systems. And so it just kind of cleans up some confusion too and brings in some of those other organizations.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Forward?
Yes.
Fiscal? No? Okay. Uh, 44, 16012 and 16013 is from IAPMO. And that was kind of what I was teeing up there a little bit on those exceptions. Can we bring up number 266? And this might help alleviate kind of what I was talking about a little bit if we want to move these forward for now and then have a larger discussion at the next code cycle. So kind of what IAPMO did here is they just changed the storage capacity from that 360 to 5,000. And then they put in there in number 2, rainwater catchment systems for single family dwellings where all outlets, piping and system components are located on the exterior of the building. So basically it's exempting those from having to be designed by a registered person. And actually, depending on the system, like I mentioned earlier, some of those are exempt, but some of them may not be. So it kind of cleans it up a little bit. And here it just says number 2, you don't have to have somebody design it, but a plumber's going to be designing it anyways. And then number 3, it upped it to 5,000 gallon systems have to be designed by. As rainwater catchment systems used for irrigation with maximum storage 5,000, where the tank is supposed to directly upon grade and the ratio to height and width. And, you know, structural code may come into play here. And it's actually eliminating the design part of it for both of these type systems from either a plumber or a design professional. So it cleans it up a little bit, but not all the way. And 1601.3, it again is same language down there, 5,000 gallons. Any discussion? Yeah. Okay, I see none. Move it forward. Fiscal impact. Now that we don't have to hire a registered design professional, it might even be a savings.
It looks like it's.
So it's not a negative, it's a positive. Number 45 is just adding diversion valves to the rainwater systems. We talked about that in the definitions. And this is the spot where it's going. Discussion? Move it forward. Fiscal?
Well, the cost of the diversion valve.
If the system is designed for them, yeah.
I'll say that with the mic on, is just that if we're gonna now add diversion valves, if it's designed for one, then there'll be the cost impact of needing it. However, if you're doing it for irrigation, not having a diversion valve will tend to cause more maintenance down the road.
So minimum?
Minimum.
Okay. Number 46 is just the table in A 103.1. I added a line item there to align with chapter 6's table on the kitchen sink with or without dishwasher, because it wasn't there before. So it's simply more of an alignment. Discussion? Move forward. Fiscal? None? Okay. When it comes now down to 47 and 49, typically when we go through a code adoption cycle, we bring in any interps that were written during this last code cycle. Now, you will see that 47 says 20.01 and the code is 2021. What happened with that drainage fixture unit loading, it was an interim amendment in the 2017 code cycle that we put into the 2021. So it was written before it was in the code to clarify, because it was adopted in the interim. So there was 3 adopted codes to meet one of the EOs with the water conserving fixtures, and the other 2 to create some options to reduce fiscal impact. One was allowing the 5 water closets on the 3-inch line. One was this one, which allowed 8 labs on an 1.5-inch line. And then the other one was the table in chapter 4 for the water conserving fixtures. So when the 8 laboratories on an 1.5-inch line came out, it was in conflict with the maximum unit loading on an 1.5-inch pipe. And industry said, how do we size the rest of the drainage system if we have an 1.5 inch line with up to 8 laboratories? Do we add one for every laboratory, and now we're over the 2 maximum allowed on the 1.5 inch? So the interp came out, the interp clarified that up to 2 to 8 laboratories does not exceed, for calculating the rest of the sewer size or drainage size, does not exceed 2 units. So again, during any code cycle, you know, the committee has the opportunity, do we want to put language into the code, or do we want to leave the interpretation the way it is? So Laura, if you want to bring up that interp 2001.
Gotta tell you.
Good.
Makes it.
Well, and sometimes, you know, they're necessary. So for consideration is, again, pulling the information out of this interp and putting it into the body of the code. I will say there's a lot of information in here, you know, because it was kind of in conflict with our table 7032, I believe it is. Not quite sure where we would put the information, but I am open to suggestions if we don't retain the interp. Otherwise, the other option is to retain the interp and update it with any code sections that change or anything like that.
So we have a footnote for the footnote 7, of course.
Footnote 7, yes.
It is a footnote. So if we were to add it to chapter 7.
Turn your mic on, Curtis.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, everybody. I was saying we do have footnote 7 under table 703.2, but if we were going to add this to we would stay in chapter 7, of course, I'm going to guess. You have any recommendations where we would place that?
If I had to recommend something for consideration, I would say in footnote 7, because both vertical and horizontal in the table 1.5 inch have footnote 7 on it already. I would put in there that fixture unit maximum shall not exceed 2 units. Just add it to the footnote.
Yeah.
That's simple.
Is that's the main information that's given in the interpretation. The only thing you lose here is the analysis of why. If you want to, you know, explain, well, how can you have 8 laboratories and not have 8 fixture units? Well, because footnote 7 says you don't have to, but there's no why. But anyways.
Well, there kind of is, and you've explained it to me, and it's on your video, because for 1.5 inch pipe, the maximum fixture unit loading on 1.5 inch is 2 fixture units.
Right.
And so I don't know if we could shorten that down and make it short and sweet and keep it under footnote 7.
Yeah, it's up to the committee. This is the time to do it.
I like the footnote.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Rick.
Yeah, I think your addition to that, Andy's a quick, easy fix on that. And, you know, that footnote's being used successfully in the field with the installers, so I don't really see a big problem there.
So maybe up to 8 laboratories shall not exceed the maximum of 2 drainage fixture units. We already know that, you know, I mean, 2 of them are 2 fixture units, but that kind of covers everything.
So it'd be up to 8 okay, there, Lori, already on it.
No. I would put it kind of at the end, Laura. Because up to 8 laboratories that do not exceed 2 fixture units, each laboratory already exceeds, 8 laboratories already exceeds that. What we're saying is that no matter how many you have on there, the total is not going to exceed 2 fixture units. I was kind of thinking at the end. So it currently states up to 8 laboratories are permitted to be installed on an 1.5 inch vertical or horizontal sanitary slope of 1/4 inch per foot. And then I would put up to 8 laboratories after the parentheses. Total fixture units shall not exceed 2 drainage fixtures. Yeah, throw in public. I mean, it's already worded in there, but.
We know it's 1.5 inches because it's footnote 7, which is only attached to 1.5 inches. So we
Yeah, and
don't
it
need
also
to-
says it in the footnote,
Yeah.
1.5 inches,
Yeah.
horizontal and vertical.
And so
Yeah.
I think that looks great.
what I liked about this interpretation is that, we as plumbers responsible for the drains and such, only are part of usually most of these shower receptacles. Tile setters are setting the membranes and, taking care of what would be the parameter of that wet room or that unit. And this provided them with significant information, or allowed us to direct them specifically. So I like the body of that.
Any other discussion? I think who we have left online is Rick.
I lost my sound, so I missed pretty much all that.
Oh, I think to condense it, Craig was saying, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, that he would like to retain the interp and not put anything into the body of the code.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that too. This is a lot of information and the plumbers out there aren't using these code interpretations. If they have a problem, the inspector should lead them right to this interpretation. And then they start learning how to use our code interpretation. This is.
Curtis, that's exactly what happens too.
Good. Okay, hearing no more comment. So is the vote to retain the interpretation? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Any fiscal impact? It's existing. Okay. There are no new statewide alternate methods. Typically in the code adoption process, for old interps that we don't discuss in old statewide interpretations, we go through and we update any code sections or any language that may change in the next code. But since we've adopted the 2021 as our base model, there shouldn't be much there unless we have just some shifting of sections and maybe a couple section numbers or something like that. With that said, Mario, you've been pretty quiet today. We do? Where? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, I was just sitting in trying to learn from you guys. I've never been a part of this before. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, and I've just been reminded that we still have our tabled item.
Okay.
Today is getting long. My apologies. So we're back to that expansion tank. And we've lost several of our committee members too. And it's up to the committee how we want to do this, because again, it's not voting. But maybe ask for some input instead of having another meeting from some of the other committee members that aren't here through an email. We can make that a public by presenting it to the board, because we've discussed the issues today. Laura, would you have any forums with that? Any issues? If we decided to take number 24 and we've lost 3 people today from our committee and just ask for input through texting, or not texting, but email, and we'll have that documentation for the board, just like we had with JEDS.
If there's more discussion that needs to happen, we should have it.
Right. I just don't want to, because it was an issue that everybody had some input. I don't want to make a decision today. If we have to bring everybody back on the 21st for one discussion, then we can do that as well.
No, we don't do that.
But I would like to see input, maybe email before the 21st. And if it expands into a larger discussion, then we could maybe do just a virtual. Sure.
It would just be like I guess because you guys were talking about other language versus that. We'd have to be specific about what we're requesting in our email. I mean, it could totally be by email though.
Yeah, I think as long, Rick, you got a comment?
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with that. I think we should give it a little bit of time, and I'd be happy to send in some information, because I think that on the smaller end of this whole thing where we were talking is we could do a little bit of disservice to successful installation strategies, instead of, maybe taking a little bit of time and putting the right wording in there to make it useful for the guys in the field.
Okay, yeah. So let's keep the date on the 21st, and let's do some correspondence email wise and kind of see where we land. If it's simple and we can document it through emails and present it to the board that way, then we'll have it publicized at the board. We'll have documentation like we do with JED. And then I just don't want to pull everybody in here on the 21st if it's not necessary for one item. Everybody okay with that?
And
Okay,
if I could add, if maybe some of us come up with some wording that we like and throw it out there.
That's what I'm
and see
hoping
if it
for, yeah.
Sticks against the wall or not.
absolutely. And that's kind of what I want to see is everybody's, what they think should kind of be in there that would kind of meet all criterias. I was kind of leaning towards, just making it to where it applies to everything. And that way we're not having to carve out all this stuff, but how that reads is kind of what, we can do. Or if somebody's got some good examples of carving things out, then we can all discuss that as well. So with that said, thank you, everybody. I know we went over about a half hour or so, but we got it all done in one session. And again, being respectful of your time. It's much appreciated. And we'll continue the conversation through email, and Laura will probably correspond with you if we haven't come to a really good decision. We'll go ahead and we'll meet virtually on the 21st. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Everybody.
Thanks again for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody have a wonderful evening.
Enjoy
Thanks,
interviewing
guys.
you guys
Thank
out
you.
there at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was great. Thank you. And I really appreciated everybody's comments.